It's even Hannah. Okay, Hannah.
That's a quorum.
So that's a quorum.
Yeah, I think sports actually.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, that's why it's good to have 7, something like this. So,
Let's call the regular meeting.
Mark,
Sure.
your
I
mic.
think our mic's on.
Yeah.
It is. You're just not need to
Yeah, it
be
is.
closer.
Call the regular meeting of the planning commission.
Not working.
Move it a little closer.
Oh, that's just,
There you go.
that's, can you hear me now?
Yes.
That sounds.
Okay, very good. The first item is obviously the call to order. The second item is Pledge of Allegiance, and Commissioner McCann will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item is roll call. Mr. Atamian, would you call roll, please?
Commissioner Prescott,
Here.
Commissioner McCacken,
Here.
Commissioner Cosgrove,
Here.
Commissioner Camp notified me that he would not be in attendance tonight. Chair Pro Tem McCann. Here. Vice Chair Tyler also requested absence from tonight's meeting, and Chair Crandall.
Here. And Adam, you had a revision to the agenda, a clarification on the agenda.
Yes, sir. So my request would be that the agenda and minutes reflect the reordering of the agenda so that item 9A, the zoning amendment for temporary outdoor dining and parklets, be reflected as item 8C. That item was noticed as a public hearing, but on the agenda, there was a typo.
Very good. And would you also introduce the person sitting in as city attorney, and I don't see the planner who is here.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. So tonight from the city attorney's office assisting is Alicia Winterswake. She's sitting in for Mal, who is off today. And then just as I introduced everybody, we have our new senior planner, Sarah Toma, who is, this is her 4th week with the city. And we are excited to have her. She comes from the cities of San Diego and Temecula, and brings a great deal of experience and expertise to our division.
Two sets of minutes to approve. The minutes can be in regular session.
I have a motion to approve.
Second.
Second by
Aye.
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 Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Captain.
Aye.
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 The next item is oral and written communications. Members of the audience may address the commission on matters of public interest in the city and are not otherwise on the agenda. If you wish to step forward to the microphone if you desire, state your name and the city, the residence for the record, and make your presentation. Presentation to 3 minutes. Do we have any cards or anyone who wants? item is setback. Items on that. Station for applicants are 10 minutes for the process of the staff presentation by the applicant. 10 minutes. And public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the planning commission will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues and act on the matter by motion. The first item is item A, variance 21001 and item 721. Providing residence variance with EM 679-021 and 05. And David Carino is the staff making representation.
Good evening, commissioners. Commissioner Crandall, wanted to let you know that it's kind of hard to hear you through Zoom. I don't know if you can do something on your mic, but IT, should I share my screen? All right, so we're reviewing the Pelote residence variance tonight. And the project is located at a corner vacant lot at the intersection of Via Manzana and Paseo Activo in the northwest end of the city. The lot is also within the residential low and special residential 1 overlay district at the borderline of the city of San Juan Capistrano. You can see in the image where the city boundary line is in the red dashed line. And you can also see the parcel highlighted in the aqua blue. Next slide. A little bit of background. This subject lot was in a larger lot, as we can see here to the image to the right. In 1963, lot 19 was created with the boundaries seen in the red line in the image. And in 1978, that lot 19, was subdivided to create a street that went through the middle that connected the city of San Clemente to the city of San Juan Capistrano. That also resulted in 2 odd-shaped lots, one of which is the subject lot south of the street, and then also another lot to the north of that street. Next slide. And this image here shows the outcome of that subdivision. So we see in yellow what used to be the original lot 19 boundaries. And then we have the subject lot down at the bottom, and then the other lot that was created at the top. Next slide. So before us tonight, we have 2 requests, 2 permits. So the first one is a minor exception permit for wall height and side rear setback deviations. And we also have a variance request for street facing garage and street side setback deviations, which I'll touch in more detail in the further slides. Next slide. So the proposed project consists of a 2-story single family home that's at 2,900 square feet with an attached 2-car garage and rooftop decks. And to the right, we can see a 3D rendering of the project. Next slide. So again, the minor exception permit deviations deal with side and rear yard setback reductions. In this case, the side would be down at the bottom of the image to the right, and then the rear would be to the right of the image on the far right. And then we have, again, a wall height limit deviation, which it's not clearly shown here, but we'll go ahead and touch on it in further slides. Next slide. And then the variance deviations mainly just deals with 2 reductions. We're talking about a street facing garage setback reduction and a street side yard setback reduction, which is all from the top red line we see on the image. Next slide. So I wanted to bring up and note some findings here for variances, so we're on the same page. So in order for the commission to support a variance, we must make findings. One of them being that we must find a special circumstance exist on the lot that wouldn't allow the property owner to enjoy the lot as neighboring owners, which and this relates to size of the lot, shape, topography, the location, or surroundings. We also must make a finding that the variance is necessary to preserve property rights. We must have conditions of approval that assure that no special privilege would be granted. And we must make a finding that the variance will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. And also that the variance would be consistent with the general plan. Next slide. So with regards to unique circumstances, staff first wants to touch on the lot type. It is a corner lot. For corner lots, it could be challenging sometimes depending on the size, because in addition to the standard front yard setback, we also have a street side yard setback that further reduces the building envelope. So that's what you find here as well. I have a table shown on the image here that shows the square footage of the lot along with the average width of that lot compared to other lots within the city of San Clemente. And we do see that it is a fairly small lot compared to the, I believe there are like 10 other properties there. Next slide. On the garage, this is again one of the requests under the variance is to reduce the street facing garage setback. The required setback for street facing garage is 18. The proposal here is for 5 feet. So when it comes to these requests, the city is looking at the distance from the face of garage to the sidewalk. So in the past, we have supported such reductions. If the reduction is short enough not to tempt a vehicle to park there and obstruct the sidewalk. So the DMT, the development management team did review this and supports it. We did review vehicle line of sight potential issues and did not find any. We also did have conditions of approval that memorialize the vehicle traffic code, which prohibit any vehicle obstructing the sidewalk. And to further apply the code, we added a condition that the interior garage space be maintained clear and free from obstruction. Next slide. So another notable part of this project is the 5-foot high fence. So we see to the right, we see it in the blue line. So that runs across what's considered per our code, the front lot line, and then it jogs over to the street side lot line. Required or the limit here in these areas is 3 feet 6 inches, and they're asking for an increase in height up to 5 feet. And that'll allow the property owner to meet a pool safety barrier as well, since we do have a water feature that is more than 24 inches in depth. We did add a condition of approval as well that would require the property owner to maintain transparency of that fence. Right now, what the proposed material is wrought iron, black wrought iron fencing. So we would require that in the future that the fence may remain or maintain transparent. Next slide. This project was also routed to the design review subcommittee. It was presented on September 29th of last year. And they were supportive of the project, and they did ask that the applicant provide further information to confirm the height of the building would be in compliance. So they did provide that, and it was a combination of some information being cleaned up on the elevation drawings, as well as revising the height analysis. So staff did find that the proposed height is in compliance with the code. Next slide. We have received public comments on this project, both in support and against the project. There was also a petition that has been provided to the Planning Commission via email. And we'll have, I believe, members of the public and the applicant's team to speak further on these issues. Next slide. So per staff's analysis in the staff report, staff is recommending that the planning commission make the required findings for a minor exception permit and variance. That the planning commission determine the project is categorically exempt from the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act and approve the project subject to conditions of approval. And that concludes my presentation. And we do have the applicant available as well for a presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, David. Let's have the applicant speak if they would like to. And while you're walking up, I'm going to try to change this microphone out. Sound better?
Yes.
Okay, great. Introduce yourself and let's see, I have two cards. We've got you are,
Jim Conrad. I'm the
Okay.
I'm the project architect.
go ahead and start.
My name is Jim Conrad. I'm the project architect, and I'll be presenting the project tonight. But before I get started, the owner, Mr. Pelosi, would like to just say a few words to the commission, and then I'll make my presentation.
Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Akbar Pilade. I'm here with my wife, Mina Pilade, and we are the owners of the, oh, sorry. Can you hear me? We are the owners of the property that is subject to hearing tonight. We also have our architect, Mr. Conrad, and also our legal counsel with us to answer your questions if you have any. First and foremost, I'd like to thank your staff for their hard work and their thorough work. They were tough, but at the same time, we found that they were fair. So thank you to your staff. We also understand the concerns of our neighbors. Many concerns were raised, and we understand that change is always difficult. We held an open house back in January and brought an associate from Mr. Conrad's office to answer any questions or address any concerns that we might get from neighbors. The event was successful from our perspective. It was well attended. We got many feedback and comments. And just to give you an example, one of our neighbors had a concern about privacy in their family pool area, which is our trees do provide the privacy, and we have to take some of them down. But we made a commitment to our neighbors that we would replace them with tall hedges to give them the privacy that they deserve. Also, on a voluntary basis, we placed story poles to show that where the building would be situated, so to give a better perspective to our neighbors, so they could see that, and also to make sure that the building would not impede anyone's view in the area, and which it doesn't, because our house sits right above that. And of course, we don't want to impede our own view. With some other neighbors, we agree that we disagree, but our hope is, Mina's and mine, is that we do not take this personally, regardless of what you decide and what you approve. And we'll live the way we have lived in the last 17 years on the same street and have had good relationship with all of our neighbors. And we want to continue that. Again, I'd like to emphasize that regardless of what decision is made. And finally, I'd like to share with you what we want to do with the property. We are not into the building it, flipping it, and selling it and get profit out of it. Actually, it will be built for my newlywed daughter who recently graduated from USC, and her husband. My daughter grew up in San Clemente and went to schools, elementary school, middle school in San Clemente. And both my daughter and her husband, they look forward to raising their kids in the new proposed project. And then I'm hoping that you'll give us approval, to make sure that we enjoy and exercise our property rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
I sent a PowerPoint in. I don't know who's going to run that. If they can bring it up. Maybe there it is. Okay. I'll try and keep my presentation brief. As Akbar said, the proposed home is intended to be for his daughter. You can go to the next slide. The home was designed to be within the compatible with the pattern of development in the neighborhood. The site is, next slide, please. The site, as David said, it's very kind of long and narrow. And when you apply the setbacks being on a corner lot, it just doesn't leave much building area left. And that's the reason we're asking for the variances. Next slide. Here you can see the setback area and the areas that we're asking to encroach into the setback areas. The other thing I thought of note is that you can see the property lines are well behind the setback, the back of sidewalk. And so the house is not right on top of the sidewalk, even though it's closer to the setback to the property lines that would normally be allowed. Next slide. This shows again, we work with staff on the placement of the garage, and actually we originally had the garage set back a little bit further, and they suggested we move it closer to the sidewalk so people wouldn't be tempted to park across the sidewalk. And this slide here shows that there's several other homes in the neighborhood that have their garages very close to the front property line. Next slide, please. Here's one right here, and then next slide. There's another, and those are just right around the corner. Next slide, please. Here you can see, it's a little hard to see on these slides, but we did install some story poles. We put those up to make sure we weren't blocking anybody's views, and to kind of demonstrate to the neighbors what the mass and scale of the home will be. Next slide, please. Just another shot of the staking, and then one more. This is the staking. This is from actually Mr. Pelotti's backyard. He lives in the home right adjacent. And you can see from his yard, he would be the one that would actually be most affected by view blockage. And you can see he just looks right over the top of it. Next slide. One neighbor brought up the fact that the lot, or asserted that the lot was too small to be developed. And one thing I wanted to point out is while the square footage of the lot is smaller than most in the area, it's all usable. It's flat, relatively flat, and all usable. And this, I kind of boxed just a couple of lots, right in this general same vicinity, just around the corner. They have little pads, and then they're mostly sloped areas. So the usable area is probably similar in size. Next slide. This is just a topography map showing that, most of the lot is flat. Then there's a little bit sloping at the back. We have our legal counsel here with us. If you have any questions, there's been some legal questions brought up, and so we have him here in attendance to answer your questions. And I'm also available to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before you step away, how about just give you a quick synopsis of your design approach to reducing the mass along the street by stepping back versus just following setback line.
Okay, maybe you can bring that first 3D rendering back up, whoever's running that. So if you go to the next slide. Oh, where'd it go? Okay, so one of the things that we did is that we did and we do on all of our projects. So part of how projects can seem very massive is if they have two-story volumes that really just go straight up. So we always try and as the building gets taller, we try and set it back. So even though it's a little, we're asking for some variance to be closer to the end of the setbacks, we're stepping the upper areas back to lessen the mass and scale. So thank you. Does that answer your question?
Certainly. That's good enough.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
I will open up for questions from commissioners if they have one for either staff or the applicant or their attorney.
one.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, in the staff report, it says vacant lot, but when you drive by there, it's actually their side yard. It's landscaped, and I wonder why we use the term vacant lot. It's not really like a vacant lot where it's all weeded and there's no,
Yes, the term vacant, I apologize, Commissioner McCacken. Thank you for that question. The term vacancy is, it's applied to uninhabited properties. So currently this lot on its own does not have a structure that somebody can live in.
Commissioner Prescott?
I too drove out this weekend. I know, can you hear me okay? I feel like I'm in a hole back here. Okay, so one of the letters that came in had a question about the rooftop deck. So I have a question for Mr. Conrad. Since you're the architect, can you tell us exactly, where that rooftop deck would look over, or is it too close to a property? There was a concern.
Okay. Yeah, again, maybe if you could bring up that 3D slide, I can show where it is. It's kind of in the center of the site, and it looks to the ocean, the reason that we have it. It's really the only part of the house that will have any ocean view. So there you go, a little hard for me to see even from here, but it would basically, it's in kind of in the center of the house on top of the second level. And it looks, we have glass railings looking out towards the ocean. And so we don't believe there's any privacy issues. I know the neighbors I guess it would be to the south, they're screened by some large trees. And I think Mr. Pelosi brought up that we do have to remove a few of those trees because they're within the building footprint. And we had committed to replace those with tall podocarpus hedges to give them that privacy from the house and also the roof deck.
And with the height of the deck, what does that bring it up to? What is the actual height?
What height is the deck?
No, what is the height, adding the deck to the top? What's the?
Well,
total
it
height?
just sits on the roof of the second story, and so there would be a railing which would be 42 inches above the deck height. It's glass, and it's within the allowable building height limit.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions of the applicant or staff?
I have a couple questions.
Mr. McCann?
Couple questions, probably one for Zach. Does this, or David, does this have an ADA sidewalk around the drive approach?
It does, Commissioner McCann.
Okay, thank you. And then one for the applicant's attorney. I read a variety of letters in opposition to the proposed project and making some certain claims. And it seemed to me that the letter writers were trying to apply conditions of approval that were on the San Juan Capistrano lots or tract onto this lot, which is in San Clemente. Is that an accurate assessment?
That is the way I read them, Commissioner McKagan, and I tried to address those in one of my letters. The tract in San Juan Capistrano is 9284. And the tract that this house is in is 4850. And there may have been some property development standards that were initiated by the city of San Juan Capistrano that might apply to 9284, but they don't apply to 4850, just like your municipal code doesn't apply to the properties within the tract of 9284. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
And my only comment would be the city attorney office reviewed this and they are in agreement with the applicant's interpretation.
Yes, Chair, that is correct. We have reviewed all of the materials and are in agreement.
Okay, very good. If we have no other questions of the applicant, we will go ahead and close the presentation portion and open it up to public comment. We have some cards and I have 2 cards for the applicant. Are you going to want to speak again for 3 minutes? Okay, very good.
We may want to reserve some time just to rebut something that a speaker may have to say, if that's allowable.
We'll keep the cards open. I'll put you at the end. We have John Conley.
we have arranged how the speakers will present. Mr. Cunningham, if you-
Well, my cards are not in that order. So I will call them and you can, I'll call three. I don't see how we're gonna do this. But since there's pros and for and against, I'm gonna call them randomly. So John, you're up.
Good evening. My name is John Conley, Conley. I've lived along with my wife, who's present, Sharon, in San Clemente for 29 years. Ours is a lot across the street, diagonally across the street from this project, and we are against it for a variety of reasons. Some of the reasons will be repeated by the other speakers. First, is this lot buildable? I think the city attorney has jumped a little quickly to that conclusion because Pilates' own deed says it's dedicated for public purposes. You have to actually go through the chain of title to see that there is an issue here. We can't resolve that tonight, but the tract map says it's dedicated for public purposes, and the Pilates' own deed for that lot says that. Now, has that disappeared? I don't think so. Is the project exempted from CEQA review? Mr. Cunningham will cover that thoroughly. The project involves 7 violations of city rules. 7, including very serious violations of city rules. Not 20 feet setback, only 5 feet. That's the most striking one. And then the size of the building compared to the lot, the width of the building compared to the lot. Mr. Cunningham will go through that with you. Our main concern, and everyone gets along well with Mr. and Mrs. Pilati, that's not the issue. It's property values and things like that. It's cramming a 2,900 square foot building into a 4,000 square foot lot. Now, you might have heard that it wasn't 29,000 square feet, 2,900, excuse me, square feet, because some of the calculations do not include the garage, but if you include the garage, it's 2,900 square feet. This is much larger than the other homes in San Clemente, and that ignores the fact that most of the street on Paseo Activo is in San Juan. So it's nice to say, well, it's half the size of the San Clemente lots and kind of ignore the whole street. You see, it's a difficult issue because this is right on the border. Okay, so I don't think you can take the position, we'll ignore San Clemente and how it fits in, ignore San Juan and how it fits there. At least 3 mature trees have to be taken out, and I think Mr. Pilati agrees with that. The garage has to be kept free of obstructions. That's the city's staff's position on how that solves the problem of the 5-foot setback. Does it? Who's going to inspect to see that there is?
Time's up.
All right, thank you.
Next is Richard Dunn, and then following Richard Dunn is Jim Boyd. I'm sorry. Rachel.
Hi, good evening. I'm Rachel. I'm a little nervous. I live at 4018 Calle Bienvenido. I'm directly behind Akbar Piloti's house and his existing home, and his second lot is also directly behind my house. So part of his home is behind my house, then it goes up, and then basically his entire lot, almost the entire lot, is behind my house, and then it goes into the Boyds. I supported his project. I think it's a beautiful house. I really liked everything about it. I didn't have a problem with his setback until the boundary boards went up. And there was some assumption that they said they own 2 feet of property on my side of the fence. So therefore, it only has to be 3 feet from the fence now to make the 5 foot. And the 5 foot was supposed to only be on the second story, from what I was told. It would still be 6 feet on the bottom. When they pulled the strings, that's when I kind of went, I'm not sure anymore. Like if I can be behind it and say I fully support this project. And I realized like it's for his family and I love that. And I understand that. But I have to protect my property rights. And I know for a fact that the survey that he gave me, that he handed me yesterday, was rather insulting. It's a topographic map. This survey in no way represents legal boundaries between me and Mr. Akbar, or Mr. Pelosi, sorry. For them to come and tell me that they won't be making me take my fence down because they own 2 feet of property on my side of the fence, I was blown away. I was like, first of all, who told you that? If you think you're gonna get it from a topographic map that your architect got from somebody that's not even stamped. So I wanted to say that the survey in no way represents any legal boundaries between us. No boundary survey has been done between us. Architects don't know anything about surveying. That's why they hire surveyors. They do not have a license in boundaries. They only have a license drawing beautiful houses that still have to be reviewed by an engineer to make sure that their drawings won't lead to the house falling down. I was told that there is absolutely no weight in anything an architect says about boundaries. That's what I need you guys to figure out. Like if he owns 2 feet of property on my side, therefore they staked it 3 feet away from the fence. I don't know what to say. I mean, you can't encroach on my property until you prove that it's yours. And 3 feet now becomes a whole nother issue with how far his residence being built is to my residence.
Okay, your time's up.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Next is Jim Boyd.
Good evening. Try and go quick here. The clock seems to cut everybody off. My name is Jim Boyd. I'm at 4020 Calle Bienvenido. I'm probably the resident most affected by the proposed lot. We are the long end of the yard that you saw backs up to our backyard. Certainly echo what everybody else says. Super nice people. We love having them as a neighbor. It's stressful to be here and go through this, but we get it. So the few concerns we thought we would bring up is, first of all, the setback requirement. My understanding is there's a request to vary that by a foot to come 5 feet within our property line. You know, our understanding of a setback requirement is that's there to maintain consistency, provide separation of compatible land spaces, ensure landscaping, privacy, et cetera. And so if that's the code, if that's a requirement, we would ask that you actually enforce that code and that requirement for what its intended purpose. Why do we ask that? So our backyard, which would go right against where they're going to construct, we have a pool and a hot tub and a barbecue back there. And so our barbecue is right kind of close to that fence. So our heat and smoke and stuff would come up. And so an extra foot or whatever, that extra space would, I think, be preferred for them and for us as well. Further along the yard, we have a sun deck area where we lay out, and we also have a hot tub. And I think that would be underneath where their proposed deck is. And so the closer you bring that to our yard, the more likely something comes off that deck, comes into our yard and could theoretically, you know, hit somebody. But the farther away, the less that risk is there. So these are some of the reasons why we would ask you to maintain the normal setback. And there's privacy. It's a pool. You know, we put our pool clothes on, and my kids put their pool clothes on, and some of us are more in shape than others. But you know, privacy is helpful, and the further away it is, the more privacy we'll have. And on the privacy front, there are some mature trees there. They'll have to pull those trees down. He was kind enough to offer to try and find alternative natural screening, but the closer that is, the harder that becomes. So back to the original distance just gives us options there. So those are the reasons we asked for that. Mirroring what Rachel had said, they were kind enough to put story poles in so we could actually see where this property was going to be. We thought it was between 5 or 6 feet. And we went and looked at the story poles and I can almost touch it from where the fence is. So it's 2 to 3 feet range. What we found out is there's an assumption that the property line going myself up into Rachel's house might actually be on the other side of where the fence is. The fence has been there 20, 30 years. I don't know what, but and so what we would ask is, so we asked for I spoke to a survey company. They gave us a topography map, a copy of that. And so my understanding is that's not an official document for the property line. And so I don't know if this is the right venue or format, but before anything gets dug, approved, what have you, we would ask that some process is in place to ensure the property line is officially set. And
Okay, time's
That's it.
up. Thank you very much.
Okay. That's what I said.
Brian Dempsey. And next will be Jean Louise Salam. Now, you'll be second right after this. Just give you a heads up.
My knees aren't what they used to be. Good evening. Thank you. My name is Brian Dempsey, and I reside both in Keppel Beach and Laguna Niguel. I'm the original owner of the property at 27002 Paseo Activo, the house that was built 40 years ago in 1982. The request to build a new residence, I oppose. There are some important questions that need thorough research to be sent back to your staff, because we have a set of facts, half of which have been combined to reach a conclusion, but I don't think all of the facts that allow you as decision makers to come to a good conclusion are yet in your hands. Has geological testing taken place to determine the possible consequence of moving massive quantities of soil? Notwithstanding the presentation of the Pilotes architect, it's not a flat piece. In fact, in order to situate such a large home on that turf, massive amounts of dirt are going to have to be removed. Some years ago, during an earthquake, water poured from the house above 27002. And just to make a side comment, it was occupied by my daughter and her family. And I appreciate the Pilotes sentiment of wanting their children to be nearby. But yet 1 year later, they moved to take advantage of a new job opportunity. The water cascaded from their backyard down through ours, and then ultimately to Camino Las Ramblas. I do not believe that the history of the geological activity in that area can withstand the massive removal of dirt. It puts all of the other neighbors in jeopardy. Is the property upon which the new home is to be situated free of restrictions? I maintain the lot upon which that home is to be built as an open area, part of the development that our neighbors at that time, some of which are here tonight, became caretakers of for the welfare of the entire neighborhood.
Time's up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And after this will be Richard Utis. After the next one. No, you're up. You're up. just, I'm giving him a warning.
Chairperson, members of the commission, my name is Jean-Louis Selam. My home is located 4051 Via Manzana, which prolongs Paseo Activo. I just want to say that I'm supporting my neighbor's concerns. This big house crammed in this small lot just does not fit the surrounding homes. Our street has a nice spacey character thanks to the existing city limitations. Just like this stays the same. Thank you.
Thank you. And after this speaker will be Bill Cunningham.
Good evening, Commissioners. How are you? I'm here in support of this lot, believe it or not. Seems to be the contrary person here. I was one of the few people that was able to attend Mr. Pilati's open house where he came in and had his architect there so we could review the property. We were able to ask questions of the architect, and I was able to see where the setbacks were going to sit. At this point in time, when I consider what could happen to that property, i.e. a much smaller house, perhaps even a prefab goes in, it would definitely bring down the values in the neighborhood as opposed to the house which is presently proposed. As I look at the houses in the neighborhood, I see at least 3 or 4 that have setbacks which are similar to the ones which Mr. Pilati is now asking for. Therefore, I see no reason why they shouldn't be granted to him as they were to other people. Dealing with things like soil movement, I'm sure the engineers will all deal with whatever they have to. Dealing with lot lines, I'm sure that those lot lines will be done by surveyors. I see no reason why that wouldn't be done as it's done on every other building lot. So at this point in time, I don't see that it would be an obstruction to anyone. It's not going to be blocking anyone's view that we can see. It does possibly overlook the gentleman's pool who was up prior to me. But again, Mr. Pilati has said that he's willing to put up hedges and bushes and whatever is required there. And realistically, we know that when we do have a balcony up high or we have a rooftop deck, it's used 3 times a year when people come over to watch the fireworks or some other obscure time. The rest of the time, it just sits there and collects dust. So along those lines, I think it should be approved, and I see no reason why it shouldn't. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I do have cards for Jim Conrad and Lawrence Noakes, so.
Yeah, I think someone else wants to speak first.
I'm sorry. I thought I gave him a heads up. I didn't see him there. Bill Cunningham.
Good evening, Chairman Crandall and Commissioners. My name is Bill Cunningham. My wife Debbie and I reside at 4053 Via Manzana, San Clemente. We've owned that home for 42 years, since 1980. Akbar and Mina Pilati are our neighbors, and they and their family are good people. We have concerns about their proposed land use plan, however. Our home is in tract 4850 lot 17. The proposed building is on lot 19 in tract 4850. In the original public notice hearing that we received, one in January, then again, one in February, the staff was recommending that the project be found categorically exempt from seeker pursuant to guidelines section 15301, 15305, and 15332. However, within section 15301 is the following sentence. Key consideration is whether the project involves negligible alteration of former use, including topographical features. And section 15305 is titled minor alterations in land use limitations included but not limited to minor side yard and setback variances and issue of minor encroachment permits. Section 15332 consists of projects meeting the condition that, and I quote, the project is consistent with the applicable general plan designation and all applicable general plan policies, as well as the applicable regulations. If you take sections 15301, 15305, they're about negligible minor alterations. Section 15332 is about being consistent with applicable regulations. Among the building requirements for tract 4850 lot 19 are minimum lot area and minimum lot width. The minimum lot area for tract 4850 is 7,200 square feet. The Pilates land is 4,241 square feet. That's a reduction of 41%. The minimum lot width is 70 feet. Their lot is 33.6 feet, or a reduction of 52%. If you take these two that I just mentioned and add the setback requirements, which include those that are in Table 2, pages 7 and 8 of Agenda 8A, the project fails 7 of 12 considerations. We understand the need for minor alterations to establish code, but we considered the proposed ones to be substantial and excessive, not negligible, not minor, and not consistent with building code, as stipulated in the 3 sections of SECA. Are rules, regulations, codes, and standards just optional, or are they legal requirements mandated by a government body and required by law to be complied with? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is Jim Conrad again. I wanted to respond to some of the things that are brought up. First of all, I wanted just to touch on the square footage of the house. The square footage of the house is just over 2,300 square feet plus the garage. It is not 2,900. We typically don't count the garage in the square footage of the house. With regard to the fence, it was brought to our attention once the story poles went up that the neighbor's fence shown on our topography map is about 2 feet onto the Pilotes property. Let me finish. So we contracted a surveyor to provide the topography map. We have not yet done what is called a record of survey. And the neighbor, Rachel, she's correct. Architects, we're not surveyors. We don't know how to establish property lines. We work from the documents that are given to us. We will be contracting a record of survey. It's a process where the surveyor goes to the closest point that's recorded with the county, and they kind of work their way to the property. And when they do that, sometimes the line moves a couple of inches. So we will undertake that. I don't know whether the city of San Clemente requires a record of survey prior to construction. Some cities do, but we're committed to do that, and we would agree to a condition of approval to have a record of survey done at our expense. With regard to the side setback, the side setback is 6 feet, and in many areas, the side setback is only 5 feet. So that's the reason that we asked for that variance. After looking at the story poles and the potential that the neighbor's fence is potentially on the Pilotes property a couple of feet, we would request that the planning commission make a condition of approval where we would respect the 6 foot side yard setback, because it's kind of the closest spot. We would propose that we just move the house as it's designed 1 foot closer to the street, because there's plenty of room on that side. The garage, we would modify and make 1 foot shallower, so it would still be 5 feet from the property line. The rest of the house would remain the same. And I think it's a fair concern that the neighbors brought up, and the Pilotes want to be good neighbors to their neighbors. With regard to geology, we did have a geology report done on the Pilotes other property, the Mr. Pilotes property, which is in San Juan Capistrano, right next door. They put a pool in. They had a geology report. They did excavations. The site is underlain with a bedrock material called San Onofre breccia. It's harder than concrete, stands vertical, very strong. We have no geological issues. We had asked the geologist to look at this property, and he gave us a memo stating that the geology is. Can I have 30 more seconds?
well, we'll probably be asking you some questions
Okay.
during discussion, so we can
Great, thank you.
solve those. Did Mr. Noakes want to make any comments?
Just very briefly, Chair, the staff made the sequence, the environmental compliance findings under 15305 and a class 5 exemption and class 32 exemption for infill development projects. And I just wanted to address the fact that these findings were made because the project involves the construction of a single family residence on a slope with less than 20% and is located within a developed residential neighborhood that has existing utility services. I want to note that this property does not create any lot line adjustment, does not create any new parcel, seeks to develop an existing legal building site. A portion of lot 19 was dedicated for a public street that left and created 2 odd lots that cry out, and this one needs a variance in order to be developed and used. So thank you for your time and your consideration. And I really want to let the public, those who made public comments tonight, know how enjoyable it is to be in a city where people are actually cordial at these things. I'm up from Laguna Beach and down from Laguna Beach, and it's a little bit different there. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comment? We will close the public comment portion and open it up to discussion. And before we start our discussion, Zach, you there? This is our engineer with the city.
Yes, good evening.
Could you address what kind of survey is required before construction commences on any property?
For City of San Clemente, we do not require a boundary survey. What we require from 2 different things, from the engineering department, we'll require what's called a line and grade letter from the engineer of record. And what that entails is they will provide a certification stamped by a licensed professional stating that the house is in the proper location as shown on the plans. That is usually regarding the setback and the location of the property line. So from an engineering department, we require what's called line and grade letters. From the building department, that's a little different. I'm not in the building department, but my understanding is they also will require a form of certification for that setback and saying that the footings are in the right location. They also do the same thing with roof line elements and require certification by surveyors of those certain elements of the building. But to answer your question, we do not require a boundary of survey or a record of survey at this time.
Have you experienced condition of approval where a certified survey was required?
I can't recall one right now. I haven't given it much thought, but I can't recall one right now that we've actually required one.
Okay, thank you. And then for David, do you have any comments on the CEQA finding over and above what's in your report?
I do not, Commissioner Crandall.
Chair Crandall, I believe our city attorney would like to weigh in on that.
Thank you, Chair Crandall and members of the commission. I did want to just add to the CEQA findings that are in your packet tonight, a little bit of information. So this is a single family residence. As we all know, it's clear that we're talking about one structure, and there is another CEQA exemption that exists for a single family residence that stands alone, 15303. Subdivision A would authorize the city to exempt the project as a single family residence with none of the other stipulations that come in 15305 or 15332. So it would be my recommendation that if the commission is inclined to adopt staff's recommendation tonight, that you add in a statement that the project is also exempt pursuant to state CEQA guidelines, section 15303. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we will start discussion. Who'd like to jump in? Go ahead. Commissioner McCann.
Good evening. I have kind of a lot to say. I've been to the site multiple times. I am on the design review subcommittee. So we looked at and analyzed the project in detail at that level before it ever came here. I guess I'll start out by maybe addressing some of the issues raised by people. There was a lot of discussion about the side yard setback, and as well the survey and the closeness and where the fence is. I don't know what kind of survey was offered to you. It doesn't sound like it was a boundary survey, but as Zach said, the applicant will have to have an engineer certify that the home is built in the right place. And they're going to have to go out and find the property corners to be able to make that statement. And they'll put their license on the line in doing so. If the fence is not in the right place, someone has been enjoying someone else's land for years. Additionally, the surveyor will also have to certify the height. So before the concrete gets poured, the surveyor has to certify the forms so that they don't pour the concrete in the wrong spot. After the framing, the surveyor also has to come back and certify the height of the building, that it's not built overly tall. I'm okay shifting the home. The applicant offered shift the home 1 foot closer to the street and eliminate that side yard setback. I honestly don't think that's going to make much of a difference. I can just as easily see you folks from here, or if I sit back 1 foot. I don't think that's going to afford a lot more privacy, but if that makes, I would be open to that if that's the will of the commission. Geologically, the building department will let the home, if they have any suspicion that the home will not be founded on good geotechnical conditions, they'll make them study it appropriately. So I'm not worried about that. That's the normal course of business. The other homes in the area are big and beautiful. I actually think this home is very well designed and beautiful, given a very challenging site. Someone brought up that, well, the lot can't be allowed per law because it's too small and too narrow. It's what's called a legal non-conforming lot. So the lot exists for whatever reason, and it sounds like it was to give the right of way for the street way back when, in whatever year that was, the street that you enjoy to get back to your homes in San Juan Capistrano, that made this lot extra small. But the property owner has the right to build a single family home on this lot. I thought someone raised an interesting point about you want to build a smaller house that will be worth less. The code does not give any guarantee of privacy. I think 5 foot is a reasonable side yard setback given the narrowness of the lot. And I'd also like to point out that the side yard of this home goes to the backs of other homes. So those other structures are set back with rear yard setbacks and farther back, as opposed to side on side where the structures would be closer. The bottom line from my perspective is this home sits on a very challenging lot. Variances are part of the code. They're not loopholes. They're parts of the code for exactly conditions like this, where it's challenging and hard to develop. And I'm supportive of the project.
Okay. Commissioner Gunn?
Yeah, thank you for that. There's been an issue presented tonight that I want the city's take on it, which is the potential deed restriction on the lot. I have a suspicion that we don't do a chain of custody title search back, but it is fairly easy to do and determine if there is a deed restriction, which, given the fact that it was subdivided for a public purpose, I doubt there would be, but I think it can be determined. Is there a process for that, to determine deed restrictions before permitting occurs? for city staff.
Um,
And it wouldn't-
requesting the deed themselves prior to a project is not
Yeah, I
is
figured
not a
as much.
typical process. What I can tell you is that the information that was provided as in relation to this project, where the information about such a restriction was said to have been located, has been reviewed by staff, and we, as along with the city attorney's office, do not find that any of those documents do actually limit the use of this property. Furthermore, city staff did research in our own records to find something that the neighbors may not have had access to, or at the time that they were concerned. And the city cannot find any restrictions that would limit the use of this property to be something other, precluding what the applicants are proposing at this time.
I mean, to me, a deed restriction restricting someone's private property to a public use is a big deal, and it would be discoverable clearly. It's not an opaque issue. It's it's either there or not there. And I would imagine that the property owner would have pretty good awareness of that. But from what you're telling me is there's been a review of and actually that restriction would have been put on by the city if there was one. So there would be a record of it, I would imagine, somewhere. And what you're saying is you haven't found it. You see no deed
Yes,
restrictions.
potentially, but ultimately the deed restrictions are they're a private party issue.
Mhm.
Where, anybody can make an application on a piece of property. It's up to the applicant to ensure that a myriad of things are met. And so if there is a deed restriction, which, as I stated before, staff cannot find any record of, that would provide legal recourse for others, but that's just not something that the city would deal
Did you
with.
have some to add?
Thank you very much, Commissioner Cosgrove and Chair Crandall. If I may just quickly state that if there were a deed restriction of this sort on the property, it should show up on a title report.
Correct.
And, should be open and notorious for anyone interested in the property to be able to locate. And I think what Adam is saying is the information that was provided in support of the application, where the owner has to attest to its rights to actually file the application, all of that documentation did not show such a deed restriction on it.
And
So-
deeds are public records.
Correct.
So that's what I meant by opaque. It's if there is a deed with a restriction on it, anybody can find that, search it, bring it forward.
Correct.
Yeah, it's a matter of public record.
Yes, that's right.
So I want to make sure we're not in the area of conspiracy. It's public. If somebody thinks there's a deed restriction, they should get a copy of the deed and bring it forward so it can be observed and noted. And I'm assuming that the applicant's attorney has done his due diligence on that and determined that there is no such restriction, but that's really up to them to do that.
We're not attorneys, so.
Right.
Bart, if I could add something,
I'm so, who's speaking?
this is Zach with Zach Ponson, your acting
Go right ahead,
Deputy Public Works Director. We did receive a title report and all the background documentation with this application. That was one of the first things we asked for. And so in staff's initial analysis, we did get a title report. We did review that title report and asked for links to all attached documents in there. There was not a restriction shown on that title report. There was evidence of the street dedication that was included in David's presentation. And that exhibit and dedication in there is pretty clear that it was dedication of just the street. The limits of it is shown on that exhibit. There's arrows pointing to the limits, and that's really what was dedicated for the public use, was the street. But there was no other evidence of a deed restriction on the actual parcel.
Thank you, Zach. And these are the documents the city attorney reviewed also?
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you
Yes.
very much.
So I would invite you, if you have a copy of the deed that you think shows a restriction, to please give it to our city attorney representative and she can have the opportunity to see if that, not tonight, but it would be good for her to have as part of the process. Just to continue, as far as the geological concerns, I mean, I think those have been addressed. The only thing I would add is, I think the risk is to the applicant with respect to any issues with that site as it relates to really, if anything, would be drainage. That lot is kind of at the bottom of the hill. And that's where water typically flows to. And so really the issue is going to be on the applicant for everybody's lawns that are watered, any kind of rainfall, that's all going to drain really down the hill onto his property. So it's on, I think the only issue is really on him, which would be to address proper drainage so that he doesn't have a property that becomes damaged by those kind. And I've seen that in many hillside homes where the drainage isn't properly accounted for, and all of a sudden you do have issues with the property. So that would be really the only issue I see from that perspective, and that's really on the applicant. Regarding the actual property boundaries, I mean, this is a California law, right? And the boundaries are determined by a surveyor, and I think that what I heard is that will occur. But what I heard wasn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I heard is the applicant's willing to accommodate if in fact the fence is not correctly located, and it might be on the applicant's property, if that would be the case for a survey. That what I think I heard you say is you're willing to not enforce that boundary. You're willing to let that fence stand, and you will accommodate your project accordingly. Did I hear that correctly? Because that's quite a generous offer.
It's Jim Conrad. Actually, no, that's not what I meant to say.
Okay.
That wasn't what I said. I think I said. What we agreed to do was to have a record of survey done to establish that property line. We don't know if the fence is on our property or not. The survey that we have shows that it is, but it's not a record of survey. It's not a boundary survey, which is a more accurate, something recorded with the county.
Right.
So we agree to have a record of survey done, pay the cost. It's about $7,000 or $8,000. We'll pay the cost and have that survey done. And if the fence is on our property, we'll work it out with the neighbor. But for right now, we don't know exactly where that property lands. Could be a few inches or, either way. So, but we are not proposing to let the fence stay on Mr. Pelotti's property.
Okay.
No discussion from the audience at this time.
And I would just ask city staff, typically when there are those kinds of disputes with respect to those boundaries, the city doesn't really get involved in that, do they?
That is correct, Commissioner. Typically, it's a civil matter between two adjoining property owners.
Okay. In fact, I think that there's an entire industry called title insurance that's built around these disputes in the event that they happen. Because the title company is certifying that the property is what it is. So if it's not, then they're on the hook for that as well. Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cosgrove,
Mr. Chair, can I mention something real quick?
was it on what he was discussing?
Yes.
Okay.
Just so we don't get lost. I don't know about the deed per se, but I'm looking at Mr. Tomasov, sorry, letter Exhibit D shows a tract map 92840. And there's arrows that show within the right of way of Paseo Activo that says portion of lot 19 of tract 9284 dedicated to City of San Clemente for public street purposes. But there's clear arrows that show that's in the right of way. I don't know about any deed per se, but on that tract map, it shows the arrows within the right of way.
Which
Okay,
page are you on?
We aren't going to make a
Exhibit D.
judgment
No,
whether
we can't do that.
the deed is right or that dispute is correct or incorrect. That's for the attorneys to figure out. And we'll right now take the opinion of our city attorney and work from that. Commissioner Prescott.
Oh, I was just asking. You were-
Commissioner
McCacken?
and then-
Excuse me.
and then I'll go.
You know, the right to build on a piece of property is true as long as it meets, you know, the building code, setbacks, so forth, state code. So there is a right, but it's a right within the bounds of the codes. Why did we establish the front yard is on where it is, the narrowest part of the lot, the 33 feet or which may be less than 33 feet because the 33 feet is an average.
David, would you respond to that, please?
It's probably the city, right?
Yeah, so that we have a definition on what describes a front lot line, and it's the narrowest that's facing a street or fronting a street. So that would be the west lot line on that lot.
And what's the city's minimum lot? Is it 50 by 100? Or do we have a,
It
do
all
we have a
depends on
minimum?
track.
Commissioners, I can speak to that. The minimum dimensions of a lot varies depending on the zone of that lot. In this particular zone, the front lot line, as you had mentioned, is the one shown on the plans. It's the narrowest one facing, it's technically facing Via Manzana, and that would make the street side yard the lot line facing Paseo Activo.
Is on table 2, because that is the front yard, it does make, you know, it looks like the front yard is well within, but it's because that's the oddest part of the lot. If the front yard actually was where the garages are, then it's way off most people looking at the house, that lot sits on the side yard of their current house. But yet we're going to call the front yard. So I think there is a little bit of artificiality there. I'm concerned about what the deed might say, even though it is private, property. When I was going to build a block wall in Downey, we did have to have surveyors out before I could even start construction of the block wall. Because I guess that was a requirement in town. The south property line, which is under dispute, I have some reservations about just saying, well, we're going to pass this when we had to establish a front, a side yard. So if the property is in dispute, then how are we establishing what the side yard is? If they say, the applicant says that 2 feet, the wall is 2 feet outside of their property line. So we've taken that as a fact and established whatever the side yard, minimum that we said. So that actually is inaccurate because we don't know where the property line is.
That will be found by the survey.
Post approval, post of what we would approve tonight.
We can have a condition of approval.
I'm wondering why-
Nothing is valid until that survey is done.
Then what I'm looking at could be inaccurate.
That's always the case.
Yeah, Chairman, Commissioner McCacken, in the event that some information provided to the Planning Commission is not accurate, which, as Chair Crandall mentioned, could possibly be the case because city staff is not going out and doing a survey ourselves. We're always relying on the applicants and their teams to provide us useful information. But should that information not be found to be accurate, there's a very high likelihood that that staff would not support the the permits that are being applied for when they come in to actually construct their project. And we would require them to come back through this process. So it behooves the applicants to provide us accurate information from the very beginning. There's no benefit to providing us inaccurate information due to, as Mr. Ponson explained, the various steps that are required to certify and confirm that the information that they've provided is actually accurate.
Can we just confirm though? What
Yeah, I
he's,
mean, I have a hard.
yeah,
have a
I
hard
think
time
you're
with
on to
that.
a good point there.
And I would like to say something when you're.
Yeah.
Um,
So is your question essentially,
No,
are
but
we,
I kind of disagree and have a hard point, with that it's okay for us to, pass inaccurate data. And then I guess they can litigate it later.
Well, it may not be inaccurate. It may be.
Well, it may not, but where did our city measure for this when we said 3 feet? Are they measuring from the wall? That's currently there?
We are relying on the information that provided by the applicant, which includes
Okay, but the
a
variance,
topographic
the variance that we're
survey.
giving and in the report where it says, is it 3 feet? Is that what are they 3 feet from the wall right now? How many feet on the one
It's 5 feet
property
where
that
6
borders
would be
the corner of
required. And it's,
Manzanita and via Buen Venido or whatever the street is, that corner lot. Okay. From their sidewall or their backyard wall where the pool is, how many feet is the house that's to be constructed from the wall?
it's from the property line. Where the wall is not the issue.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
where the property line.
I'm
is.
just asking the question. I don't care where the property line, how far is it from the wall? Right now, on
So
the drawing.
I'll let David Carrillo answer
Because
those
they've told
types of
someone
specific
that the wall
questions.
is not sitting in the proper place. And that it sits 2 feet. That she has an extra 2 feet, in her lot. So if we say that wall exists 3 feet from the wall right now, as it's on this piece of picture, they're saying it's really 5 feet, so they're okay. So I'm just saying, is the wall 3 feet from the fence, from the block wall?
My name is Jim Conrad.
Yes.
The survey, the topographic survey that we submitted, that we had contracted, shows that the neighbor's fence is 2 feet, approximately 2 feet onto the Pelotti's property. So if we set the house 5 feet from the property line, it would be 3 feet from the fence. So when we do a record of survey, we assume that it's going to confirm that the fence is 2 feet onto our property. If that is the case, we're going to have to work out something with the neighbor because their fence would be 2 feet onto the Pelotti's property. The fence would probably have to be moved.
Well, what I'm saying right now, your drawings show that it's 3 feet from the wall.
That is correct. It's 5 feet
That's
from
what
the
I want.
property.
So-
It's 5 feet from the property line. And our survey shows that the neighbor's fence is 2 feet, approximately 2 feet onto the Pelotti's property. That is correct.
Okay, but it's a disputed property line, perhaps. And so he's saying he's 5 feet.
Yep.
Because of his survey.
Yep.
Which isn't certified.
So can I interject? There is,
No.
I've never,
Prescott-
on all my planning
Prescott
commission,
has the
city council, I've
next
never
say.
had that. I've never,
Thank you.
okay, well, I still have other questions, but.
Well, and we'll continue this discussion because I'm
Sure.
along with you on this one. First of all, I'd like to commend all the neighbors for coming together in the most kindest and generous way. I have never seen this before, and it looks like you all get along and all respect each other. With that said, I respect property rights, and I respect the owner of the property and his property rights, but I also respect the property rights of the neighbors and the possibility of encroachment. I have been under construction where I ran into a variance and the construction was already built and we were asked to move it. And we had to actually get the variance at that time. The project is beautiful and the architect is stately. I do think it fits in the neighborhood. You could be looking at a mobile home type ADU on that piece of property, which would I believe would lower your property rights or your property values. So I think that the project itself is very nice. I am uncomfortable where it sits. I don't know where it sits. I understand you're willing to move it to accommodate, but until I have that clarity, I have more questions than I have answers. And there is not a survey, and we have two owners here that say there's a line that's theirs. And you have constructed or you have designed a home based on what you believe, and a neighbor says that that is incorrect. So that bothers me. The deed question bothers me. I'm not sure that the due diligence has been done on that. At this time, I would be uncomfortable moving this forward until an actual survey was done. An architect is not a contractor, and it's often when you are constructing something that it doesn't meet the drawings or they can't meet the drawings. Again, it's a beautiful project, and I think it would be an addition to the neighborhood in a positive way. But until the property rights are figured out, I don't want to take the next step until that's clear. I don't think we would be doing a service to the council to move it.
My only comment on that is we are not going to approve the deed. We are
Correct.
not going to review the deed. We are not going to certify the survey. We are
Correct.
just going to expect what's there. And the only thing that matters is where this building sits in relation to the property line, not to where some fence is. If the fence is over on the property line, it's got to be moved.
It does.
And if the other house was in the wrong place, it's going to have to be verified and recorded accordingly. But the property line is the issue. The grading plan will have the correct meets and bounds. I mean, they draw those very accurately from the deed,
Mhm.
and they do it by meets and bounds. So they know what size the lot is.
I'm looking at 5 feet, and it could be 3 feet and
You mean 5 feet versus 6 feet.
5 feet versus 6 feet, or is it
And
5
they're
feet?
requesting an exception to be at 5 feet.
5
It has nothing to do with that fence. The fence just happens to be there. So we are being tasked with a variance,
Mhm.
which is for the front yard and the garage. And then 2 exceptions for the rear yard and side yard setbacks. Is that correct, David?
In the fence, the wrought iron fence.
That's correct.
And the height of the wrought iron fence,
Correct.
which is
The
right now, I
exception.
think is at 5 feet. The
Mhm.
existing one, so there's really no change there. So we can make our decision from the property line and disregard the location of the fence. And so I think what we need to do is, if we're comfortable with the variance, make that assumption right on off the get-go for the garage. It's typical in the city for odd-shaped lots, bluff lots, et cetera, to have a shorter setback for garages. That is not unusual at all. And it's been my point from doing tons of zero lot line projects and small lot projects that you don't want a garage in that medium distance of 15 feet, 14 feet to the garage door where the car can park. This one solves that problem, so I'm very comfortable with it. It's in the location where it needs to be, furthest from the corner and visibility, so it's the safest location for anybody to be backing out of. I'll let you finish before I ramble on. Go ahead.
You're making all good points. I have no problems with the garage. I have, again, I like the project and I think it's positive, but I'm a big supporter of property rights, and I believe the owner has the right to develop that property. But I think there needs to be more clarity, and that concerns me. I'm not against the project, but I'm against some of the nuances and the questions of the project.
Is there a finding you can't make?
I'm leaning towards that. Yes.
Okay.
I just feel like there should be a little more due diligence.
Which usually occurs after our, when they get into working drawings and the true nitty gritty, because we usually don't burden applicants with all the expenses until they have some kind of approval. And it can be a condition of approval,
It could be a condition of.
and that might be the way to
And,
solve your
what,
concern.
I would like to find a way to say yes. I'm not always going to be 100% for a project. But the two things do stand out on this project, and it's troubling to me. Again, it's beautiful. It's a nice neighborhood. You're all nice people. And I want to make it work for everyone.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Let's go to Adam real quick.
Yeah, great.
Thank you, Chair Crandall. I just want to make it clear for the record that the application does include a topographic map that is stamped by a land surveyor licensed by the state of California. It's your second page of the plans. And I would invite everybody to look at that. I just want to make it clear for the record that we do have a survey that was submitted as part of this application. Should there be discrepancies between what the reality is and what a licensed surveyor has provided to us, that will be dealt with, and ultimately the applicant would either need to modify the project to meet what they have actually been approved for, or they would need to come back through the planning commission. I see Mr. Ponson has turned on his camera. I don't know if you would like to speak to that a little bit more.
If you don't mind, Zach Ponson, Acting Deputy Public Works Director. And I'm going to echo kind of what Bart said, if it helps the situation. It is probably extremely rare that a fence is actually exactly on a property line. In my experience, it's either going to be a couple inches one side or the other. And that's almost every plan we ever see. And these are always worked out during preliminary and during those formal plan check process. And then during the early survey staking of the construction, when these things are determined. So in the event that a fence is perfectly on a property line is probably extremely rare. It's either diagonal and half on one side, half on the other, or it's one side or the other. These are very common issues that we deal with on a routine basis. And I'll kind of leave it at that.
Thank you, Zach.
Yeah.
Mr. Cudjoe.
I kind of want to move us a little along here, and I just want to frame it. We're not tasked to approve the building, right? We're asked to approve of some variances only. So our scope is not to launch an investigation into deed restrictions or surveys. There is the city staff building department, which is there to facilitate residents to pull permits where these plan checks have to go through these gates. And if there is an issue that will be caught and worked through. I just think it's important, given everybody's taking their time to come here, which is, from my perspective, very rare to see this kind of an audience at one of our boring meetings take interest in what we're doing. So like everybody else, we're grateful to have company. We're grateful that you guys are here and that you have an interest in the city and you wanted things to go well and be right. But I'm also hearing you want it to be fair. That's what we want. We want win-wins. We want fairness. We want everybody to come out feeling like they got the process worked for them. And it may not always be exactly how the outcome they want, but the process did work. I think tonight the process is for us to take up, I think it's the 5 variances, and that's it, nothing else.
And the 2 exemptions or 3 exemptions.
Yeah, well, right, the 3 exemptions and then the variances.
Mm-hmm.
That's our purview. That's our scope of work tonight. And as much as we'd like to maybe facilitate great neighbors working together, and all I would say in that regard is, I think the city staff is at the disposal of your neighborhood to, as the process goes through, to work through the various gates and a step at a time, and then go and determine, the deed, determine the actual survey location, and move forward or not move forward, depending on what those actual outcomes are. That's not what we can do tonight. So in all fairness, I wanted to at least define our scope, where we're working, that boundaries with which we're working in, so that we're not, because we don't want to overreach either. We want to be in our lane. So as I look at it, we've got the setback issues seem to be where a lot of the focus is, where the applicant's proposing a 5-foot side yard setback where 6 feet is required, and an 8-foot 6-inch rear setback where 10 feet are required. We make these variances a lot to accommodate the property owner's right to build. And the other one is the 5-foot wrought iron fence. I haven't really heard anybody say that's an issue. So really it gets into these variances, which are in the scheme of where we look at it, they are minor. We see these a lot. And I think in the interest of not taking away somebody's right to develop on their land, that's why we have the variances provision, so that that can be considered. And so that's where I think we're at tonight. Does the 1 foot, is that appropriate? Is the 1 foot 6 inch, is that appropriate? Is the street facing garage with that setback, the front yard, is that appropriate? And I think we've pretty much determined that the garage, there actually are neighbors across the street and nearby that have similar setbacks on the garage. And there is a condition that requires that they not park in their driveway, blocking the sidewalk. So I think that's mitigated. So then it just comes down to that setback. And I think that's really what we need to look at, is that.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Cosmo. I'm looking over at him.
I think the
We
thing
both
that
have
I'm-
the same hairstyle.
that I'm most concerned with, if the one neighbor didn't come up and say that there's dispute based on the survey that, the applicant had done, there's nothing in the report about that. So I'm a little caught off guard that I have to find out from a neighbor about the dispute, the possible dispute
What's the dispute now?
of where the property line is.
The fence location.
It's where the fence is located. It's not where the property line is.
If the property line is on the fence, then the fence is where the fence is.
There's
But
no document that shows
the
that the property line is on the fence.
the architect has taken 3 feet and then he's taken an extra 2 feet from her lot to
Mhm.
make the 5 feet.
Right.
And it says
He
5
didn't
feet in
do
the,
it, the surveyor did. He's got a
I
surveyor
think-
prepared.
I think we cannot create also a burden for the neighborhood. I mean, this whole application is now creating a property line dispute. So we're putting a burden on her property.
Happens every day.
Right. I mean, I've gone through it, but here we're just kind of sliding the neighborhood, I think, a little bit. And I'm upset that that is not in here, because I think that's a big point. They just say, that's okay, I'll take 2 feet from her lot. And she
Well,
disputes
I
that.
understand Rachel's concern, and please, no comments from the audience during
Well, that's-
discussions.
That's one thing.
Um,
The other thing is, this is the city. They're looking at it. They essentially may be what some people argue, like with the hotel that's proposed. They want an observation deck on the top of their house. The neighborhood may not be in front of it, because I think the one gentleman was very polite in saying, the guy who's right on the corner, that we also gave them a third story that now they can have parties or something on the top of their house.
Happens all the time in this.
Well,
Okay. I will say that it will be between the two owners to justify where that property line ends and work out whether it's beyond the fence or where that fence is located. But the building is sited by the property line. That building, regardless of what's there, the drawings that we have in front of us show where the house is to the property line. That's all that matters. And as far as the variance for the garage and front setback, I'm comfortable with making the findings that are required for a variance to do that. The exceptions, I heard that the applicant would be willing to reduce the front yard by 1 foot. And I'm not as concerned about that, since there's Is it 4 feet behind the sidewalk that the property line actually occurs? On the site plan?
You're
So
talking about
moving that
the
forward is
garage?
Not, a-
Talking about the garage setback?
yes.
The garage
corner
is
of the
set,
garage that-
yeah, the garage is set back 5 feet from the front property line. But what I was suggesting was because the neighbor was concerned about the proximity to her,
Mhm.
her yard, because possibly her fence is on the property, that we would offer as a condition for the commission to consider a condition of approval to eliminate a request for a variance for the side yard setback, and we would respect the 6-foot setback. We would
Okay.
shift the house 1 foot closer to the street, and we would reduce the depth of the garage by 1 foot. So it would still be 5 feet from the back, from the
Okay.
front property line. That's what I was
think
suggesting.
that
You know,
solves
the
the problem.
Pelotes want to be good neighbors. So we want to work it out and,
Yeah.
and make it
And
right.
I think we can do that as a condition of approval where the required setback of 6 foot from the property line is along Rachel's property line. And then you guys can work out where the fence is.
Right, yeah.
That's a different issue.
Yeah, and we'll confirm the property. We assume that the property line is shown on the topographic survey is correct.
Yes.
We're assuming it's correct, and we are going to get a record of survey at our expense to
Understood.
show that it's correct.
Okay.
So there's no question. And just,
then
there's
the
no,
other-
there's no dispute. There's only one survey. There's not like 2 surveys
Yeah.
that say different things.
The other exception is the backyard. I think there's a foot exception.
It's 8 foot, 8.5 versus 10.
Yeah, 1'6".
Yeah.
And that's to the Pelotes property.
That's
It's-
correct.
It's their property line.
So I can see that, and it's a shorter wall. So
Right.
there's less of an exception there. So I can make the findings to do that exception. So I can make the variance and agree to shifting it over so it's the legal side yard setback
6
on
foot.
the on Rachel's property. So it's the 6 feet rather than 5. And then where the fence is where the fence is. And that's up to you guys to work out. So I'm in support with those particular conditions.
So so we're shifting the house 1 foot to the north.
Correct.
So, but does that then, do we have variance we have to grant now on the northern side?
We already do.
We already are.
Okay, but do we need to specify
He
that
said
we're
he was
giving
gonna
an
reduce the
additional?
garage by a foot.
The
Correct.
garage, yeah, but what about the living space? So do we need to make a finding that now we have a 1 foot bigger variance on that other side yard, the left side?
Yeah, I only mentioned the garage because it's the closest portion. The other parts are not as close to the street, but we would propose, yes, that the rest of the house will be 1 foot closer to the street.
And those, I think, were, let's see, I'll get the right plan here.
Seems like the best way to do it because it has more effect on Rachel's
If you
property
look,
than the
once,
street.
once we pass the garage, and this is on page 71
Okay.
of his presentation. The entryway and the corner of the garage would basically stay where it is. But the kitchen wall, just that corner would be encroaching a little more. It's not like a whole wall.
Right, right.
Um,
I'm just pointing out that
We got to, and
we need to address that or include that.
I think we can give David, can you come up with a condition of approval to do that for us? So we can vote on it?
That'll be to provide the 6 foot side yard setback, the required per code, and then the front yard or the street side yard being what again, Commissioner Kendall?
Let's see, is there north arrow? The south setback would go to 6 feet,
Okay,
and the building would be adjusted accordingly to the north. And the garage would be reduced by 1 foot.
I can make a motion.
Chair Crandall, to ensure that I'm tracking here,
Certainly.
does this modification then eliminate the need for the variance on the long side?
It's a minor exception permit.
So it would eliminate the need for that. So we
Completely.
would, okay, we would want to make sure that the resolution is modified to reflect that
Yes,
change.
That's my intention,
Okay,
that he'd come up with that
perfect.
language, or if you can come up with
Okay.
the language,
Yeah.
that'd be wonderful.
I think we need to have some time to rework the resolution, because in effect, we're not granting one of the one
That's
of the.
correct.
One of
We're
the.
not
Correct.
granting one of the minor exceptions
Right.
if we approve it. We still have to vote on it. Now, Adam, we've got, excuse me, yeah, Adam. We've got to have that resolution read prior to us being able to take a vote, correct?
What we would do, Chair Crandall, is we would identify the specific portions of the proposed or draft resolution being amended and have that on record. We wouldn't need to read the entire document or large portions of it.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion.
Okay, Commissioner McCann?
I don't believe that we're actually ready for that motion because we're not entirely sure of all of the changes necessary to the resolution to implement the change that you're.
So we can't do it in general and then have,
We could do it in general, and I'm thinking of the way that you would word this. So I think that the motion would be something along these lines. So the motion would be to move staff's recommendation with the following changes. First, that
very good, go on.
First, that the CEQA findings reflect the addition of an exemption under State CEQA Guidelines, Section 15303.
Yes.
Second, that the resolution and findings be modified to reflect the elimination of the minor exception for the setback deviation on
South side.
the south side of the property, so that the property now meets the minimum required 6-foot setback on that property line. All other minor exception requests and variance requests would stand as proposed in staff's recommended resolution.
That's right. Mhm.
Okay, and you can have her read that in, pull up to a point, have her read that exception if you want.
Okay.
Rather than
Yeah,
trying to
that's what I would do.
word it yourself.
I'll try to remember what I just said.
Yeah, I'll take a stab and you can correct me if I go astray.
Okay.
Do I need to read the whole title?
Yes.
Okay. I move that the planning commission, a resolution, that we approve resolution number PC 22-002, a resolution of the planning commission of the city of San Clemente, California, approving a minor exception permit 22-021 and variance 21-001, Pilati residence variance to consider deviations from the required setbacks for side, street side, and rear yards, and maximum wall heights to accommodate a new single-family residence on a vacant lot with assessor parcel number 675-193-03. With the following changes to the staff report and resolution that we include in the findings and resolution that we're also utilizing CEQA exemption 15303, and that the resolution and findings be revised to eliminate the request and application of the south side minor exception permit, that we allow the home to be shifted as designed 1 foot to the north in shrinking the garage depth by 1 foot, and any variance and or minor exception permit on the north side be shrunk by 1 foot correspondingly. And that all other variances and minor exceptions as written in the staff report and resolution are approved.
That's correct.
Okay.
Did you have, I think Adam might have had something to add. Let me see. That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll second that for at least discussion purposes, Mr.
We
Chairman.
have a motion by McCann and a second by Cosgrove.
The only thing I would question there is, I think some of what you had in there was sort of the implementation of not granting one of those minor exceptions of the, the 5 foot. do we need that in there, or is that up to the architect or the applicant to address how they're gonna actually meet that requirement? Like the shrinking of the 1 foot in the garage, is that too specific? Should we just say we're not permitting, we're not granting that, we're not granting that exemption, and leave it at that? What, I don't know what is the right proper.
I think there's
If-
more than just the garage. It's a reduced setback in the front.
Yes, speaking for staff, I can say that the proposed modifications to the applicant's request are clear enough that we have sufficient direction to work with the applicant on their submittals for building permits to reflect those changes.
Okay.
I'd actually like to revise or amend my motion to require that the applicant do a record of survey in advance of what, the pulling of a building permit?
Have to anyway.
Well, they don't have
But
to. do a
that could
record of
be in
survey,
there.
but before a building permit, is that acceptable to you guys? So that they have to do a record of survey and should provide it to the city before a building permit is pulled. And we do have line and grade certifications in there, correct? They have to certify the forms.
I believe that's the process that Zach was outlining.
Yeah.
You want to comment on that, Zach?
That's the normal process anyway, so you don't need to condition it.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We will take a vote. Commissioner Prescott?
We opening it for a little bit more discussion. I just have one.
I'll give you.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
I appreciate that. I've been pretty quiet tonight. I just want to share my dismay. It's just kind of a strong word, but Mr. Conrad, I would have preferred that you were more upfront with the dispute of property lines. And I didn't like being broadsided by having Rachel coming up and sharing that she had an issue which you were aware of. And it would have been nice to have this in the packet, and I probably would have had a different feeling for the project. So going forward, I appreciate that we did talk about the recording of survey, the conditional approval, all good wisdom at the table here, wise words. And I will approve, but it's messy, but I will approve.
Thank you very much. We have one eye. Commissioner McCacken.
I'm going to vote no because, we had 5 neighbors come up and say they have concerns about it. And we are really trying to make this legal non-conforming lot buildable. And I think we've gone a little bit too far to make it buildable. All based on how it was born, how it became, what it is. And so I'll be voting no.
Okay, Commissioner McCann,
Aye.
Commissioner Cousins,
Aye.
and Commissioner Crandall is also an aye. So with those changes, I think that will satisfy the adjacent neighbor, and congratulations to the applicant and the architect who really has done a very good job on this project.
Great.
So thank you.
Thank you very much. If I could just say one last thing. This dispute about the fence, it was something that was brought to my attention just in the last couple of days. So we weren't trying to hide it. It was on the survey. I probably should have noticed it, but it wasn't like we were trying to bury it. So I apologize for that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will move on to the next public hearing, which is 8B, conditional use permit CUP 21-290, 2021 Calle Frontera, Root and Blossom Academy. Nancy Myth is the contract planner on this particular project, and
Thank you, Chair Crandall.
yes.
Okay, so this project, the project manager is a contract planner with the city. She is she's dealing with some family needs right now and is not able to present tonight. I have been working with the applicants with our project planner for the last few months. I'm familiar with this project, so I will be presenting it tonight. Cade, can you put the PowerPoint up, please? Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, the item before you tonight, item 8B, is a conditional use permit number 21290. The application is for the Root and Blossom Academy. Thank you very much. Next slide. The proposal is located at 2021 Calle Frontera. The applicable zoning is residential medium low. The pictures to the front, or excuse me, to the right, identify the site as being bounded by the teal line. And the picture in the bottom left is an image of the street view of the existing building that is located there. Next slide, please. The property is approximately a little bit more than 1 acre. It is next to St. Andrews by the Sea United Methodist Church and west of Bright Horizons Daycare. The project is located in an existing, and I should say unoccupied, 10,127 square foot, 1-story building. The surrounding land uses consist of residential and commercial, or I should say non-residential really. Residential properties are located to the north and to the west of the subject lot. As mentioned earlier, there are non-residential uses that are located to the south and to the east, consisting of that church and daycare. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing a private school for students between transitional kindergarten and 3rd grade. The entire school will accommodate up to 150 students and 11 employees at any given time. I will mention that the school will be phasing these classes in over the next few years. I will let them speak more on that. So it will not be 150 students in the first year. It'll ramp up over a few years. The classes will have 24 students generally as a maximum, with 1st grade having 25 students. School will occur on weekdays between 7:30 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. There are some outdoor playground areas that are proposed as part of this project. One is located to the west of the building. It is in the rear of the building, and it is an existing patio that is being proposed to be turned into a sensory garden type of playground area. And in the next few years, the applicants are proposing to construct another sensory garden type, low impact type playground in the existing parking lot that is on the north side of the building, the section of the parking lot towards the east of that parking lot. This proposal, though, again, will not see the parking lot, that portion of the parking lot converted to a playground immediately. That will be done over the next couple of years. Next slide, please. So the schools are conditionally permitted in the residential medium-low zoning district. The site provides sufficient on-site parking. One important detail here is that the project is conditioned to obtain a parking easement for access to off-site parking as part of a shared parking agreement to allow the school, which I will go into more detail, but it will allow the school to essentially provide for enough parking that there's no need for a drop-off or pickup aisle or lane, reducing the potential for queuing to occur in the main drive aisle or to affect Calle Frontera. The use is not anticipated to generate significant impacts to neighboring properties related to the intensity of the use, noise, or parking. Part of this is based on the operational conditions that staff has placed on the project to ensure that activities are maintained at a level of intensity that is compatible with some of the surrounding land uses and not anticipated to impact the residential properties too much. Noise impacts specifically are mitigated by limiting the number of students in the playground areas, along with limiting the type of equipment that can be provided in those areas. Next slide, please. So traffic analysis is always an important aspect of these types of applications. We did require a traffic analysis from the applicants, which was submitted. It showed that the surrounding street capacities would not be substantially affected, and that the subject intersections have a level of service of C during AM peak hours and B during PM peak hours. Delays resulting from the project does not exceed the city's thresholds at any location. I believe that we still have Zach Ponson with us, and he can speak to some of these if there's additional questions on the traffic analysis. But in staff's review, traffic was not seen as a major impact. Next slide, please. So the way that this parking would work, and I will caveat this with a note that this is essentially the first and potentially second year plan. It's the green area is the existing parking area of the lot. The blue area is the call it I believe the northern portion of the church property. And what is being proposed is an offsite parking agreement to utilize the spaces in the church that would be empty during the times that school is operating. And people would, parents and guardians would drive the kids onto the property through the main aisle, and as it's available, would park in either A or B. There would be no line where kids get out of the vehicles and go into the school. Everybody would park and need to walk their kids in. And same thing with pickup. There would be some attendance at the entrance of the school property to ensure that when that lot is looking a bit full, that they're queuing people to the next lot. Based on the number of parking spaces that they have an agreement with the church to use and the spaces on their own property, there would be enough parking to provide for all anticipated people that would be coming to the property at any given time to be able to park and walk their children in. Next slide, please. So the findings for the conditional use permit are as follows. The use is allowed in the zone, and as I mentioned, it is in this case. The site is suitable for the proposed use because the project complies with the general plan development standards, including parking requirements. That is the case as well. The use is consistent with the intent of the zone and is compatible with the mix of uses in the surrounding area. The use will not negatively impact surrounding land uses. The last two are specifically related to the offsite shared parking agreement, and that is that the offsite parking agreement will not result in inadequate parking, and that the number of parking spaces required for the use is provided through the parking agreement. In staff's review, all of these findings we believe can be made. There is one note that is of importance in the Planning Commission's review here, and that's noted in the staff report, and that is that permitted schools are exempt from the city's noise control ordinance. So there is some information that has been provided by the applicant to demonstrate how the use will how it will perform in terms of anticipated noise. We have conditioned the project to limit the operations to maintain a certain level of noise, but it should be noted for the commission's consideration that once permitted, the school would be exempt from the city's noise ordinance. And so if there's questions about that, I'm more than happy to answer them, but there's a special exemption for schools that would apply in this case. And if I could have the next slide, I think that's, thank you, the conditions. So the project is conditioned to mitigate those potential impacts that I discussed to ensure best management practices, and they consist of the following. The first is that occupancy is limited to maintain parking demand of 72 parking spaces, including shared parking. The 72 parking spaces is what has been identified as the peak amount of the total amount of cars that would be entering the property at any given point during the pickup or drop-off times. The second special condition is that the school is required to obtain a parking easement with the church to ensure sufficient parking is provided at all times. The applicant has already talked to the church and received that confirmation. So in fact, going so far as to obtain a memorandum of understanding between them and the church for this. The third is that outdoor recreation areas shall have limited occupancy at any given time during operating hours. And then the fourth one of special note is that drop-off and pickup times shall be staggered and can be adjusted by the city if necessary. Next slide, please. All right, and with that, staff recommends the approval of the conditional use permit 21-290, along with the determination that the project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15301, existing facilities. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for any questions, and the applicant and their architect are here as well.
And would they like to make a presentation?
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Doug Ely, architect. And first of all, I want to thank planning staff for getting us here today. Kyle and Stephanie and Nancy, and then Adam, thank you for marching this forward so we can be here tonight. Before I introduce the operators of the school, I wanted to make a few corrections. In your staff report on pages aren't numbered, but on the required parking on the table, it states that the required parking is 27 and the provided is 28. We're actually providing 38 parking spaces. And the issue about the playground, when we first started, there was going to be a future playground to the north, but due to the relationship of the agreement with the church, the school is going to be using the existing playground on the church property. So the school does not intend to build that playground in the future, so it's not a part of this proposal. I'd like to introduce Mira Carbanda and her team, Kendra and Marissa, who would like to tell you a little bit about their school, and then I'll come back and follow up with some details.
Hello, and thank you for your time tonight. My name is Mira Carvanda, and I'm the co-head of school for In Wonder Academy. Just a little bit about myself. I became a new mom last year, and I have my doctorate in education from USC. So In Wonder Academy is an early childhood education school that includes grades transitional kindergarten to 3rd grade. We focus on these grades to build a strong foundation and understanding of self-love and self-respect. We are an all-inclusive school and are also developing a foundation to serve children in all socioeconomic statuses. So I'd like to introduce you to the rest of the team.
Hello, I am Kendra Azure, and I am the Director of Education at In Wonder Academy. My colleagues and I are very passionate about education and making a difference in the lives of children and families. My passion for education has taken me internationally to teach and develop curriculum abroad. and I've been working in early childhood education for 8 years, and I now have my master's in nature-based and place-based education. So place-based education grounds learning where we are. So that means the community of San Clemente. It takes learning out into the community to involve students and prepare them to be engaged citizens. So we're very excited by this opportunity to incorporate San Clemente's local culture, history, and natural spaces to design the curriculum and learning at our school. We are all about hands-on project-based learning and meeting every individual where they're at. We are mindful of students' diverse needs and are including a design for a sensory garden on the back patio space. This is intended to be a quiet, calming area for small groups of children to complete work and have access to gardening. Our vision for it is to include a variety of textures and greenery to provide a peaceful outdoor workspace for our students. And again, we're very excited for this opportunity. Thank you, and I'll let Marissa finish up.
Good evening. I'm Marissa Goldenstein. I'm the other co-head of school. I have my MBA from UCLA. I also have a master's in experimental psychology, and I'm a mom to 2 young boys. I have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. And my own parenting journey has led me to become a certified parent coach. And I've become really passionate about early childhood education, bringing innovation thinking into the younger students, and designing an intentional culture and community to support our learners and their environment. And that includes bringing parents on the journey. And so one thing that's great about In Wonder Academy is that we have a parent and caregiver partnership program. And that includes things like community events and workshops and voluntary involvement and a sense of adaptability to really hear the needs of our parents and to design a learning environment that fits for our community so that, you know, we're bringing together every family into our own extended home. And the community starts with us. There's so much synergy on our growing development team. And we're so passionate, not just about bringing academic skills to our students, but building life skills that set the foundations for a lifelong love of learning and a confidence in their own selves. So to help cultivate a limitless future for our next generation. Thank you so much for your consideration today.
The In Wonder Academy is designed for 150 children. And as Adam stated, their first year, they anticipate being approximately 50% of that capacity. And then the second year, about 75%. And after 3 years being up to 150. We had a traffic study prepared and just wanted to emphasize that all children will be dropped off by parents and guardians who park. There's no loading and unloading or queuing involved with the vehicles. We have 38 parking spaces on site, which is 11 more than what is required by code. If for some reason there should be more parking required than what we have on site, the reciprocal parking agreement with the church to the south provides that additional need. Because of that agreement with the church, as I stated earlier, they're able to use that playground and therefore dedicate the entire parking lot. And so there's no need in the future for them to be able to build that parking lot. Build that playground. When we started, we also recognized the adjacency of some residences. There's a residential development to the northwest. And even though the city doesn't have a requirement for the acoustical analysis, we contracted with an acoustical engineer because we wanted to make sure that we're being good neighbors. And there is a letter that was prepared and it's in your packet. Essentially what they did is they took the limited number of children that we can have in that playground, and we're restricted to 24 because of licensing and the size of the playground. That's the number of children that can be out there at any one time. The study put all those children in the location closest to the nearest residential building and their analysis showed that the decibel reading at the adjacent residential property is below what the city maximum decibel requirement is, which I think is 55. It's in that letter. I wanted to take that a little bit further, that analysis is for a playground. It's that area is actually going to be used as an outdoor educational area. And it's a sensory learning area and will be managed and overseen by staff. So we're not going to have playground equipment that has children climbing on it with loud voices. If there is any issues with the neighbors, we expect to be good neighbors and an open communication. We'd like to hear from the neighbors of any issues. And my clients are willing to mitigate any issues should they end up being issues in the future. But we don't anticipate those with the conditions we're currently proposing. The site is in marginal condition. The asphalt needs definite repair. The building is in a little bit of a state of disrepair in the exterior. So this is a opportunity to bring this building up to contemporary standards. Parking lot will be upgraded, exterior paint, and with new landscaping. So with that, I'm available to answer any questions, and that completes our presentation.
Thank you very much. Any questions for staff or the applicant? Commissioner Cosgrove?
Hi, thanks for being here. Thanks for coming to San Clemente. My questions are around the circulation plan. So the on-site, not the shared, but the on-site. I think it's great. I think you realize the importance of the peak. So you're staggering the start. That makes sense. So my question comes around that once they come into the access drive and they go right into the on-site lot, there's a choice. You can go left or you can go right. If you go left, I can see where if you drive through and you don't find a spot, you can exit pretty easily. And then you just make a right and go into the blue overflow. And then I see the walkway. That makes sense to me. I think that's safe and I think that'll flow. My question is, if they come in off the access road and they make a right and parking's full, and now you have people confused, backing up because all of a sudden the right side is full and you've got 3 or 4 cars now queuing over there, trying to figure out how they're going to turn around. What, can you address that?
Yes, the study does evaluate that, and the school will have attendants out there directing the cars as they come into the site. I don't know if you speak further about that, but if you wanted to speak further about how you're going to manage the parking.
Okay, so yeah, so great question. And we're going to have 2 staff members outside in the morning. I know it's a staggered time, but we intend to have staff out there. We're also going to be checking in the students that way as well, attendance purpose wise. So we'll be out there noticing, you know, if it's too blocked, then we'll be directing parents and coming out front and letting them know that, you know what, let's go this way. But because it is staggered, okay. Okay, because it is staggered and we're having this before school program, we don't intend there to be too many issues with, you know, parents backing out at the same time, because they'll actually be inside with us dropping their kids off, but we will also be outside in the parking lot. If that answers the question.
Well, kind of. I'm still a little worried about it. Let me just back up a second. So your format is parents will come in, they will park.
Yeah.
They will exit the vehicle with their child, accompany them into your facility. And that's where you're gonna check them in. Then the parent leaves, goes back to their car and exits. That's your plan?
Yes, and in the morning though, we also have a period where parents can stay with their student We call it our mindful morning. And so there will be an extended period of parents staying. And then once the class starts, they'll leave. So we'll have parents leaving at different times. They won't all be rushing out at the same time.
Okay. I guess now to zero back in on where I was concerned, back to your on-site parking and coming in off the access road. Again, like I said, very easy if they turn left.
Right.
Full, exit, go over there. If they go to the right and it's full, how do you propose people turn around? I'm worried about that area becoming congested and backed up.
Absolutely. And so that's where we would come in. So the 2 staff members that we have designated to be outside, if we notice that that side is becoming full, then we'll be there to guide parents to say, this is now full, please come on this side.
I
And then
see.
they could go to overflow. That's the main purpose of us being outside.
Yeah, it's kind of a manual workaround, if you will, to a circulation plan that really doesn't lend itself to your use. So that's your mitigation plan, is to have a staff person stand there, and when that right side of the parking lot is no longer available, to kind of traffic direct people.
Yes, and use cones. So if we notice that it's full, then we would be coning that area off.
Okay.
And we would be out there to also mitigate that, if somebody moves cones or if there's any sort of confusion, we would be there to mitigate that, but also cone it off saying, you know what, this is full, please go this way.
Yeah, and then when parents do exit from that right side, then someone's gonna have to exit them.
They will be outside. This is specifically to just be outdoors.
Okay, and you feel very confident that that model of dedicating paid employees to facilitate parking, that's going to work for your business, and that's something that you're committing to permanently. Is that right?
So initially in the first few years, we won't actually have that issue because of how many students we're having. But yes, once we are full and up and running in that sense, we are committed to hiring specifically for those times. So before and after school, it wouldn't be all day, but yes.
Yeah, during just the drop-off pickup times.
Yes.
I get that, of course.
Yes, yes.
Because the thing about human nature is, the unpredictability factor, and, even if you have limited enrollment, it doesn't take more than however many spots you got over here for that to happen literally day one. So, from a circulation standpoint, my feeling is, we wanted to provide a safe circulation plan that is appropriate for ingress and egress. And when I see a 3-point turn required to exit an area where there's children, that's a red flag for me. And I kind of wish you didn't have this element over this leg over there, because I just think that's going to be a problem. It's a bottleneck. People are going to get stuck. Now you're having to, really navigate. Hey, you go, you stop, hold it, don't cross the street yet. All that stuff is happening in this space. I'm probably overly worried about it, but I mean, these are the things that we are charged with doing, right? Every commercial center, so on-site circulation is like the thing that, who approved this? We can't get around in here. What's going on? That's the only thing that stands out to me as a concern. So I don't know what you guys have done to really, I'm sure you've looked at this and you've thought about it. You have experience with this. I'd just like more.
Thanks, Mayor.
More feedback.
Yes, and Zach brought it up to us in development meetings. That's the beauty about this whole relationship with the church property as well. If for any reason that traffic starts to back up, the attendants will be waving cars on so that they go up the hill and they park in that church overflow parking lot. And part of this project includes a linkage that links that parking lot in a direct way with a stairway down to the school.
Right. Do we have, as part of our CUP conditions of approval, these parking attendants? Is that part of the CUP?
Operational
Yeah.
section, I think.
Is that in here? I think I saw it, but now I'm just kind of blanking out with where that is in here.
So the condition of approval 4.1
states that the child drop off and pickup shall occur in accordance with their school's established policies and proposed circulation strategy.
Okay.
The proposed circulation strategy is what has been provided as part of the record of this application. Should that not be, should that not occur as proposed, between community development and the Public Works Department, we would address those issues as non-compliance with their conditional use permit and take whatever action is necessary to ensure that parking and queuing is not detrimental to the street or neighboring properties. So we have their circulation plan submitted. We're aware of what that is. It is part of the record of this application.
Okay.
And so they need to follow that.
Okay. So, and I would assume that this would probably be triggered by complaints, probably.
Typically, yes. However, city staff, when we
Occasionally
see
would
things,
cruise by.
that are really affecting the public right of way, we will not wait for a complaint.
Yeah,
on those.
this isn't going to affect the right of way. I think it's just internal parking circulation. That's just, to me, it doesn't circulate correctly in this leg off to the right. So I'm not sure what the workaround for that is other than what they proposed, or just to not count that, maybe just limit. I don't know. I don't know that I want to be that draconian. I think you guys are smart. You'll figure it out, but know that to me, and you guys are the pros, and I'm glad you're here. You're going to great. I hope you're super successful. You're providing great service, but parents are a little hectic in the morning, and it's a little, and they're going here, they're going there, they're on their phone, they're late they're probably on a Zoom call, and they're trying to drop off their kid, and it's like all of a sudden, like, oh my God, I got to back up, and the kid's behind me, and how do I get in this trap down this alley here? So I don't know. That's my biggest concern with this project. Probably not enough to say no, but I just want to get it out there on the record. The other thing is, you're saying that the 9 parking spaces to be removed are not going to be removed.
Correct.
Okay.
And just to tag on to that, on page 13 of the traffic study, on section 3.3, there's the school operation plan, and it talks about the 2 dedicated staff members present on site.
Right. I did read that, and I was comforted by that, but I've made my point, Mr. Chair, on that. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak?
I just have a quick question. So I see that the beginning will have 24 students. Is that the maximum that you allow in a class? So it's capped at 24? And you mentioned that was it eventually going to end up 150 students?
Correct.
And that would be a cap?
Yes, that's the
That's the
maximum.
maximum. Okay, thank you.
I have a question rather than.
Questions.
Great. Ask your questions.
The start times will be staggered. Will the pickup times be staggered?
Yes, they will be. So transitional kindergarten the pickup time will be after lunch, so around 1:30. And then the rest of the grades will be at 2:30, but we also offer an after-school program, and that will end between 5 and 5:30.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And then I see the memorandum of understanding with the church. Is the school affiliated with the church?
No, we are not, but we've met with them and they're being great neighbors. So that's just how we're working, but we are not affiliated with them.
Okay, but Adam, the parking that they're talking about, it's relying on the shared parking from the church, correct? Those spaces?
Yes, so they're a recorded document specifying that the church's parking is available for the school's use during the times that the school is operating, will be in place before the school starts operating. The memorandum of understanding that they acquired from the church, that was just their good faith effort to ensure that something that we would require would actually be something that they could obtain after approval.
Right, but as I read it, the MOU says, 5 years and then renewable if both parties agree. So would the CUP be dependent on access to those parking spots. So if the church decided to go a
That's-
different direction. the
That's
city-
accurate.
Okay.
The city has a template parking agreement. It does not reflect those terms. The parking agreement would only need to last as long as the school is operating. However, it must last at least as long as they're operating. So there couldn't be terms like it expires in 5 years. Because if that's the case, they would no longer be in compliance with their CEP. They could not continue providing their operations unless they provided additional parking somewhere else.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Adam, I've got one question. Explain to me the sound ordinance. If we approve this, there's no recourse on any noise violations, correct?
The city could not issue a citation based on chapter 848 of the municipal code relating to the city's noise control ordinance. There are conditions of approval put in place to attempt to limit the maximum amount of sound. If they're not in compliance with those conditions, that's something that we could enforce. But we could not go out with a sound meter to the nearest residences and take a sound meter reading and say you're over the sound threshold. That would not apply.
Okay, very good. So we did receive some letters. Are there any letters that we need read into the record? You were emailed.
All of the communications that city staff has received were written comments that were forwarded to the planning commission.
Okay, very good. We will close the presentation portion, open it up for public comment. We have some cards on this one. The one on top here is Ron Lyons. And then Karen Lyons.
My name's Ron Lyons. So do I have 10 minutes? Or 3 minutes?
3 minutes.
Three, wow.
3 each.
Wow, better hurry. We live 46 feet away from the building, 2025 Mantarea. Our concern is the noise, the potential noise. So when I hear you say, they're exempt from the decibel reading, that bothers us. I don't know why they dropped the north playground, because throughout their whole proposal, they talk about later putting in the north playground. That would put both playgrounds directly adjacent to the residential area versus on the other side, there's nothing. It was also mentioned that the church would allow them to use their playground. And I heard something that maybe they're not now. Is that true? I don't know. But anyway, if they use that playground, that's further away from the homes. There's also an area on the south side of the building. And I guess my question is, did they ever consider using that area for a playground? Because they talk about I'll quote, "The two playground areas shall not exceed 26 students and 2 staff members each at any given time during operation hours." So they were talking about 2. So there could potentially be 52 kids in those playground areas. And if they didn't put the northern one in, they would have 26. Well, 26 kids make noise, a lot of noise. And, they're saying that they're putting in playgrounds that have gardening, a sand trap, and turf areas. I don't know. I find that odd, but if that's what they do, that's what they do. We just feel that the potential of 26 kids near our home is going to be offensive. And the question is, did they look at putting the playgrounds on the other side? Is there anything about that? So that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Karen Lyons? Do you want to speak?
Good evening. My name's Karen Lyons. I guess we're double dipping here. They're 3 minutes each.
All right.
My husband and I are retired. We were in San Juan for many, many years. We came to San Clemente. We love it here. Our building is the most affected by this school. Like my husband said, we're 46 feet according to their measurements from their building. We have our main window there where our living area is. When the facility was a senior daycare, who these patients, residents, were in their 80s and 90s, they would sit out on the patio where the playground will be, and we could hear their voices. It wasn't bad at all, but we could hear them. I have also been awakened at 5:30 a.m. by the cleaning people that were on that area cleaning, and they're just talking in normal adult voices. So to have 26 to 50 kids that close to our windows, kids make noise. They can sit in color and they're noisy. So also our building has 6 units in it, 4 of which we are all retired. And we've all been there many years, and we hope to be there many more with the peace and quiet and enjoyment that is our right. So I know that there were some emails that came from other neighbors that were at our HOA meeting tonight and couldn't be here. So anyway, I hope that we can work out something if the facility goes through. There's also a wrought iron fence there, which is not going to block any noise. And if the facility goes through, maybe do a wall, a solid wall to block some of that noise, because there's nothing between us right now except grass. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Douglas Eli? Okay. Already talked. Mina, you've already spoken. Kendra spoken. Marissa? Okay. That's all the public comment. So we will close public comment and open for discussion. I wanted to ask Adam, so we could condition areas of when they can be used?
Absolutely.
Okay. I was looking at this and the noise study that we're open for discussion. And the sound study was pretty rudimentary. And I'm concerned they're going to have special events. And I want to make sure that the school makes noise during the day, but they do have evening special events, open houses, whatever, maybe a Christmas program for the kids and all. And if we find it necessary, we could condition that those areas wouldn't be used after certain hours,
Yes.
so they wouldn't be interrupted during the evenings.
Yes, the commission has that. Can take action to limit those types of activities. I will bring the commission's attention to condition of approval 4.13. This states the academy may have occasional special events related to the school, such as back to school nights, graduation ceremonies, parents' nights, etc., with the prior approval of the city planner or designee. Any special activities outside the normal business operations of a school may require a special activities permit as determined by the city planner. So they would be required to do anything that's not in line with what the school would typically do between 7:30 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. is required to be discussed with city staff. And at that point, I would direct them
So
to.
if there were complaints that things were going on during those special events, you would have a way of controlling that.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
That's what I was looking for. Okay, do we have any discussion?
Oh,
Commissioner Prescott?
the daycare was mentioned, and would the daycare be using the playground as well?
Are you speaking about the daycare, the Bright Horizons?
No, they said they had an after-school program, like a daycare that was until 5:30.
Yes, I'll let the applicant speak on that, but staff is under the impression that the answer could be yes, as long as it complies with the maximum occupancy identified.
Okay, so that would be a yes.
Sorry. So we would be yes using it from 2:30 to 5:30, but it just kind of depends on what programs are being offered. And again, just to clarify, thank you so much for coming and we appreciate your comments. And we certainly would love to talk to you afterwards and you can take our number. We want to be good community members. So we will not be having the playground off to the right side. That has been removed because we have that agreement with the church to use their playground that's further up. So if in our after school program, we were using a playground, we would be at the church's site. But if we were using our sensory garden, which is just the back patio, then yes, that would be used in the after school program till 5:30.
Thank you.
Stay right there. I've got one question. Would you be willing to put a solid, is there a fence on that particular?
So there is that wrought iron fence, but yes, we are absolutely open to, I think there's a sound bearing wall.
If there is a requirement, let's say there is an issue in the future and we need to mitigate it, we're perfectly open to handling it in a number of different ways. One would be like a solid plexiglass sound barrier. Landscaping does wonders as well. So whatever we need to work out any issues with neighbors, we're perfectly open and willing to do that.
Quick
Commissioner McCann? Commissioner McCann?
Is the Lions home, is it above or below below? So any fence would be better at the top of slope,
Yeah.
not the
Works
PL.
much better.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Proud.
Right. Would it be advisable maybe sounds like you guys are amenable, you're flexible, it sounds great. That's tonight, who knows, 5 years from now, 2 years from now, a month from now. Would it be appropriate to put such a condition in then to, could I get some help with some wording on that?
Absolutely. If you can either just give me a couple seconds on
Yeah,
that, but I
thanks.
just want to confirm what we're talking about is a condition that requires the installation of a solid wall.
I guess to me, it would be that
Let's just say a sound attenuate.
yes, sometimes they would take steps to
Maybe the
attenuate
edge
the noise emanating from the back patio.
Okay,
However, they
staff
choo-
would recommend
Yeah,
if we say something like sound attenuating devices, that we also includes, like, I would prefer if there
Examples.
was like a design review subcommittee review as part of it, because there's a lot of ways to attenuate sound, and I
Yeah.
don't want to give a carte blanche that might
no,
provide something
that's wise. Sound is
less
tricky.
attractive.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, give me a couple minutes and I'll
thanks.
come up with that language.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? What's that?
In that area with the children, the outdoor garden, is the garden area? Is there any way that you could limit the number of children at any given time?
It is limited by licensing to 24 children because of the size.
The size, okay,
Yes,
so it would
it's
never go up to
75
50.
square feet per child, and we can fit 24
So
children
sometimes
in there,
24 can
and 2
sound
staff
like 50.
members.
Okay, and then 2 staff members. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
I don't see any other discussion. And I will say I am sensitive to the sound because being a grandparent.
Yeah.
You
Definitely.
hear the little critters
The pitch.
skinning their knees from 150 feet away. So, very good. Do we have a motion?
I'm just looking to Adam to give us some additional suggestions and then I can make a motion.
Okay, and this is along the, that's not the northern, this is along the eastern,
let's
western
see.
property line.
I don't know the north arrow on this
North
one.
is that way and the patio is this way, so.
What is it, northwest?
So the main drive aisle into the center is a north-south facing drive aisle. So if
West.
it's the west side, and for how much length of that property line are you,
The
Just for
patio.
that enclosed
just for the
area.
patio
Yeah.
area?
Mhm.
Okay. And just to confirm with the applicants, the playground that will not be constructed at this point is the one that was proposed for the parking lot area.
Correct. It was the one originally proposed for the north side.
Perfect.
And is that elimination reflected in our resolution? Is that, I hate to inadvertently approve a CUP that approves that, even though they're saying tonight they're not going to use it, but they get approval just by virtue of the fact that we didn't remove it. If it was
You know,
there originally.
Let's make it's not specifically identified in here.
Okay.
And they would need a staff waiver of an architectural permit to actually construct that.
Okay.
It's not a discretionary application, so that would be a staff determination, but knowing what was actually approved, and what was discussed, they wouldn't be able to get that knowing that that was not part of this application. However, I think it's better if we write that and just
Yeah.
put a condition of approval that says that no areas of existing parking lot shall be converted to parking or to playground. So let's go with a motion would be based on staff recommendation to determine the project is categorically exempt, and then if you want to go ahead and read the motion.
And then I can
I
just
will
point to
add-
you. Yeah.
Yes, and I'll just add
Okay,
in
so,
those 2 items.
Mr. Chairman, if you would, I will move approval of resolution PC 22-004. Resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Clemente, California, approving conditional use permit 21-290 for Root and Blossom Academy to establish a new private school at 2021 Cali Frontera, with the following changes to our resolution. Mr.
Condition of approval, 4.15 be added, which states the applicant shall install sound attenuation devices along the western border, western property line adjacent to the existing patio with design review subcommittee input prior to approval for the installation of such features, period. And condition of approval 4.16 to state no areas of existing parking lot shall be converted to playground / or other outdoor use areas, except for the purpose of parking.
I'll second that.
Second by Prescott.
Can I have a
Take
comment?
We'll take a vote.
Can I
Commissioner
have a
Prescott?
comment? Can I make a comment? On that condition, it sounds like it's required to put in that sound attenuation wall.
That-
Can it read like if required?
So you're correct. The way it's written, it does require the installation of it. The problem is that once the commission approves the project, it wouldn't be required to meet the sound thresholds of the noise control ordinance. So this is, once the school is permitted, as far as they can either require those types of features to be installed, but there's nothing at this point, there's no point in the future where we could say, well, it's too loud, so now you have to do something. That's good. That's going to be a very difficult thing to, it's a rather unenforceable condition.
So if there are complaints with the neighbors, we can address those complaints? And are you saying that the neighbors don't have any recourse to go to the city if we don't handle those complaints?
Well,
Because if we're-
neighbors can always submit complaints to the city based on operations of any conditional use permit. And that's something that our code compliance division deals with and enforces. What we're talking about here, though, is there are only so many points in this process where the planning commission can address potential noise impacts. If you have an idea of another trigger point.
No, I think that the reason that we're discussing this condition of approval now is because the commission wanted to have some assurance that to the extent there's agreement between the applicant and the neighbors tonight to work out any sort of additional feature that would attenuate noise in this area, that there is a trigger or a mechanism in the record that commits the parties to doing that. I think, to ensure that the goodwill that's being shown tonight is goodwill that carries forward into the future and will actually be implemented rather than, forgotten. And so I think that's the purpose of the condition of approval tonight, to memorialize that agreement that the commission is hearing the parties open to explore at this point in time. Did I get that correct, Chair and Commission? Okay.
I think so. You agree, Adam?
Yes, I would like to, I'm always in favor of finding opportunities to ensure that the minimum burden necessary to deal with any potential issues is what we're actually requiring. However, I'm always very cognizant of the need to have enforceable conditions, and really sometimes the bad position the city could be put in if this is not thought through. I would like to be able to find an opportunity in the future where there could be a trigger point when this is required. However, I don't readily see that opportunity.
That's why I'm thinking we should just require it.
It sounds like the better option here is just simply require it. Now, the safety valve here is that we're not requiring a specific thing. We're not requiring a specific CMU block wall, which can be very expensive. There could be other options for sound attenuation devices. And that's why I want the design review subcommittee to have some input before it can be administratively approved. So that if there are less expensive options that do the trick, then as long as it looks nice for the neighbors, we want to make sure that that is considered.
Can we propose something that is, sorry, this is kind of stream of consciousness here, but we would like to be able to take readings of what the actual conditions are like with the children out there. And I'm wondering if there's a way to state in the conditions that within 3 months or within 6 months after opening, that a suitable sound attenuation barrier will be installed, subject to the approval of the design review process. Because right now, because of the way that they're planning on using that area, we really don't think there's going to be substantial noise and substantial effect. And I wouldn't want to burden my client with having to build attenuation wall that otherwise might be able to be handled by landscaping.
Well, we're saying that that's one of the options.
Okay.
But I think when it goes to design review, that can be reviewed. And but if we don't put it in this way and you do a sound study, we can't look at sound study, basically. Once it's approved as a school, we're out of the sound business.
Well, and the enrollment's going to go up over time. They already stated that.
Yeah, so.
Well, I think, Chair, with regard to the city's role in enforcement, once the permit is granted and the school is operating, it is accurate that the school is exempt from the city's noise code. There are still nuisance laws that are at play, that all property owners can invoke, that would not involve the city, right? And we would prefer to avoid that type of situation at all costs. So there is recourse that could be had. But if we were to draft the condition in the way that Adam has suggested, and if the commission were inclined to entertain what the applicant's representative is suggesting, which is give us some time to take some actual readings once the kids are out there so we can figure out what type of attenuation is necessary, you can craft the condition of approval now in that way. So if you want to give lead time, you could do that, because it wouldn't be at that point, it wouldn't be an enforcement action that the city is taking as against the property owner under the nuisance abatement process. It would instead be the city evaluating whether the condition of approval that it imposed tonight through your process was actually satisfied or not. So you do have latitude there if you wanted to bake in some kind of timing process or some kind of measurement taking prior to deciding what is appropriate.
We have a motion on the floor. Let's just do a straw vote. Does that sound like a possible solution?
I might be removing my second then, because I need some clarity before we take another step further. So just so I understand, as the school grows and they decide that this space now is going to be used differently, which is the condos are still going to be there, and we don't put it before just the design review. So let's just say they put a playground there, or they use it for, I don't know, outdoor music, whatever. We would not have any recourse at that time.
To change the use, they would have to come back to the city to make that modification. So yes, we would have a role to play in that process.
And you could at that time discuss the sound?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make an adjustment. What I'm hearing, did I hear you correctly? If you had 3 months after, say, occupancy, certificate of occupancy, would that to determine an adequate, sound attenuation strategy, would that meet your needs?
I believe that would meet our needs to determine what a appropriate solution would be and work it out with adjoining neighbors.
It's three months. It sounds like a fair window of time.
3 months to come back to the city with a plan for what we're going to do.
Right, to the design review committee.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then it's just a matter of the process of approval and then implementation. So 3 months to submit whatever mitigation measures are required. And I don't know what it takes, another 2 to 3 months to get whatever is proposed installed.
I think it's going to be a little easier process than what you think as far as what the sound attenuator. I mean, it could end up being a hedge.
If it's a hedge, then yes. Could be a matter of weeks.
We're not
But
looking
if
at a
it's
12-foot high concrete block wall.
if it's a
So from staff's perspective, I do like what the applicant laid out. I would recommend, if that's the case, that maybe we can put some limitations on the number of students that could be at the playground prior to the installation of sound attenuating devices. And the reason I say this is because giving a carte blanche approval to use a space when there is what the commission identifies as a very high potential for a need for sound attenuating devices means that the neighbors could be listening for 6 months to to sounds that if on their own would not have been allowed. Like if we did not require or there was no option for a sound attenuating wall, the commission's decision may have been different. I don't want to put the residents in a position where they're listening to, kids playing, all day for 6 months. And while the city's working with the applicant to figure out what to install. So if that's where the commission's comfortable going, my preference would be that occupancy prior to the installation of those devices is limited, be more than 20, like under 24. I don't know what that number is, but
I guess now that I hear all this back and forth, I feel like because noise is kind of a personal thing, and what I'm hearing from the 46 feet, the neighbors, you have two people, the cleaning crew, and they're having a conversation, and it's promulgating through whatever through their. I mean, I just feel like if you guys want to be responsible, good neighbors, you are going to have a lot of children out in that back patio. We all know what the kind of know. You guys are experts. You know the noise, the chatter that kids have. I think you can figure it out, quite frankly, prior to occupancy. I think you can. So I think I would like to just leave my motion as is, as stated, because I think they can figure it out.
Second or leave it?
Oh, I'll leave my second. Where is that?
Okay, we have a motion by Cosgrove.
And I agree. Second.
By Prescott. Commissioner Prescott?
Aye.
Commissioner
Cackett.
Aye. Commissioner McCann?
Aye.
Commissioner Cosgrove?
Aye.
And Commissioner Cran?
Okay.
All in favor? Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I hope it works out for the neighbors.
Chair
we have-
Crandall, could I request a 5-minute break
Certainly.
to help IT get some time to set up for our final presentation?
Okay, we'll go on a 5-minute break. We'll convene at 10 after, that's 7.
My wife won't even watch it. She doesn't like, my wife doesn't like any kind of discussion. She hates even watching things like Eat the Grass or where people start. Like Fox. She will not watch Fox.
Go ahead and take your seats. We're going to reconvene. Okay, we have all the commissioners. We will reconvene. It's 9:10. The next item is actually item 8C, and in our booklet, it is under new business. But it is the temporary outdoor dining and parklets zoning amendment, and Jonathan Lightfoot is making the presentation.
Thank you, Chair Crandall and planning commissioners. I do have a presentation, so I'm going to ask IT to pull that up, and I'm going to preface that by saying we did review a lot of this information at your prior meeting, so I'm going to be very quick through most of these slides, but keeping that intact for the record, and some of the newer information is towards the end, so I'll slow a bit as we get to the end of the presentation before your discussion and opportunity for questions. So again, we're looking at a code amendment, a zoning amendment regarding parklets for dining, and if we can go to the next slide. So some brief background, city implemented a temporary outdoor dining program in 2020 and 2021. The council directed us to explore an extension of that using the state legislation AB 61 and 314 as groundwork, which would set up a program that would run for the remainder of this year and next year, a temporary program that would terminate at the end of 2023. Next slide, please. The current outdoor dining standards within our municipal code are within 17-8205, and a few of the limitations of that code section are referenced here. But for instance, a public hearing is often required for those. And so this temporary program would offer a more streamlined version for the next 2-year period. If we go to the next slide, 17-28206 is where that is proposed to go. That's included its attachment 3 within the staff report. The goal of this program is to be very clear about some of the design standards, location standards, et cetera, so that the type of review that we would go through is essentially a check the box review. There is still a caveat for exceptions where the design review board would be involved if there are requests that don't meet the check the box format. If we go to the next slide. There's a guidelines document that's intended to be a bit more visual and user-friendly for businesses that are looking to apply. That will also be a little bit more of a flexible document if there is additional guidelines that come to the city's attention that need to be incorporated beyond what's a part of the code amendment. That document can be revised a bit more readily. If we go to the next slide. At the end of that guidelines document, we have we will have these blueprints that are going to be the standard expectation for businesses that are looking to have a parklet in the city right of way. So to be clear, this is for public streets. This is not obviously the private use of space. So this was prepared by SMP Environmental. A couple of quick changes from the last time that you had seen these. There's a removal of the reference to string lights, which the majority of the commission had a preference for. A removal to the reference of trees, referencing shrubs instead, and then an add of a reference to concrete planters. I'd add that I am looking to make another modification to this to be more clear about the spacing of those concrete planters and add that as a dimension onto this plan for the final version. If we go to the next slide, please. Parallel parking, the same changes were made. I'll also add to this that within the guidelines document, given some of the commentary from the commission at our prior meeting, I added some language within the guidelines referencing that the Pure Bowl area would be allowed an exception from the 40-foot standard that would apply to other areas within the city. If we could go to the next slide, please. So this is an additional sheet that was added by SMP Environmental, recommending a few types of trees and giving a sample of what some of those shrubs could look like. And if the commission has comments on these types, again, this is something that I can certainly modify before we print a final version. If we go to the next slide. The commission was interested in a quick poll. So this is, I will be clear, not a comprehensive poll of the entire downtown, but I sent a poll to prior participants in this program just to get a sense of interest and participation. The first two here are very generic. What's your role within San Clemente business? So 90% of the respondents here are restaurant owners, and that's because this was addressed primarily to a list of people who had participated or been involved in this program previously. You see that there is obviously a strong preference for the program to return. If we could go to the next slide, and this is where there's a little bit more meat or information that the commission was looking for. I'm going to take the time to read through that first question. So the city's design review subcommittee recommended that outdoor dining on public streets and parking areas be consistent below. And there was a photo provided of the sample blueprint. Below is an example of the template being considered. Businesses that are interested to participate would incur a few costs. Construction of a deck that is flush with the curb, purchase of 3 to 5 concrete planters that are likely to be about $400 each, and a monthly fee for the use of space, potentially around $750 a month. Obviously, that's to be determined by council at a future point. That will go towards the trolley or other mobility services. Understanding these costs, would your business apply for a parklet dining permit in 2022, 2023? While there was 100% interest in the program, you see that 2 of the 10 fell off from this level of information. Next question, if the city required those dining decks to be removed for the winter, does that change your response? And you see that that we are now at 5, so half of the respondents would no longer participate. So I just wanted to provide, again, this is a quick glimpse. It's not comprehensive of all of the restaurant owners, but a feel of how that would impact their assessment of participating in the program. If we could go to the next slide. So zoning amendment is the discretionary action in front of you, and there are 2 findings for that. The first is that the proposed amendment is consistent with the general plan. The second is that the proposed amendment will not adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare. If we could go to the next slide, I included a few of the supportive general plan policies. I'm not going to read through all these in detail, but I'll highlight a couple of them quickly. So the first is flexibility. We allow flexibility to accommodate market changes for the mix of uses. And then as you move forward, including use of public spaces that create community gathering places and activity nodes or help strengthen its character and identity. There's also included here policies supporting outdoor dining, commercial uses of on public sidewalks and other public space and plaza improvements. These policies are also referenced within the resolution. If we could go to the next slide. And the option in front of you this evening, the alternatives would be to recommend city council approval of the proposed zoning amendments, recommend approval, but with recommended changes to what's in front of you, or recommend that the city council deny the proposed zoning amendments. And in that case, we would need to come back with a different resolution. If we go to the next slide, I do want to, with this slide, make the commission aware that I had some additional discussion with our Public Works Division after this report had been published. There was a couple of things that they raised as potential recommended changes into the final version. So the first was there's a 6x6 recommended drain clean out, and Zach Ponson, our deputy director, recommended expanding that to a 5x18 minimum. And then there was also a request to allow the Public Works Division or the city engineer some discretion over any line of sight consideration, so that the template would be an administrative approval still, but that the city engineer could require increases beyond what is currently listed. So we are more conservative now than we were with the prior program. We're requiring a 10-foot separation from alleys or intersections. So an example of that would be Avila's, for instance, El Ranchito. They did have a setback from the intersection, but not very significant. So they would be required 10 feet. The city engineer under this recommendation would have the discretion to increase that further if he desired. And then finally, the locations on private property should be within parking stalls unless approved otherwise by the city engineer or planner. I had added a specification of a backup distance within parking areas, but leaving that the standard to be within designated parking stall areas. There were a couple of outdoor dining areas in the prior go around that were not in parking areas, and there was some concern about a safe backup distance to those spaces. So those are the three notes that I wanted to share from our Public Works team. And then if we can go to our final slide. So staff does recommend that the Planning Commission determine the amendment to be consistent with the intent of the state enabling legislation and exempt from CEQA under the Class 21 categorical exemption, and adopt resolution PC 22-003 recommending City Council approval of zoning amendment 22-027 described above. And that concludes staff presentation. The next slide is simply moving on to discussion or questions. And I do know that we have some members of our downtown business community here to discuss as well.
Very good. And we do have cards for that also. Question for you. I know that at least one, if not multiple, restaurant businesses have designated public parking as Uber drop-offs or pickups and Grubhub, but not. And how are we accounting for that taking over spaces that were intended for parking?
So that's not something that's accounted for currently within the proposed code amendment. That would be, of course, something that at this time applies only to private areas. There's not currently public spaces that are designated for Uber. We did temporarily have a pickup drop-off zone during the pandemic that where A-frame signs were put out by Public Works. Those are not out on the sidewalks anymore, unless you're aware of
Still has
a scenario
there on the side street there.
So those are that allowance has ended. So that's something that we would work with on the staff side to make sure that any remaining signage is removed from those.
Okay, very good. Was any discussion had of, obviously we've been in the discussions, but limiting things or how these affect special events like the car show, like Fiesta?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for that question. And I realize I'm sitting too far away from the microphone. I'll sit a little bit closer.
Earlier.
Forgive me. So I did have a discussion with the Downtown Business Association on that because they're the only entity that has run a program so far that was run at the same time. And they did have concerns before that program, but they did have a very successful car show, much more successful than they were anticipating actually. So they felt that with what was proposed that they would not have impacts, and the Fiesta is concerned about potential impacts for the same reason that they're looking at booth spaces that could be used or a loss of space. As we've talked about, there's also going to be more available street space expected than what we've had in the past, given that there's a limitation to 3 parking spaces, and also the cost implication in seeing that we do have some restaurants that would not participate given the costs.
Any other questions from?
Yeah. Since we have Jonathan here, I'm just a little confused about the business with the parking study and the waivers. Like it says after 90 waivers have been granted, city shall consider whether an additional parking study is necessary. Can you just help me understand that better?
Sure. So there was an interest. Let me start by clarifying that the state legislation that we're using as kind of the enabling platform to build this from does not require parking for the outdoor spaces. So the commission and council can discuss what they think is appropriate. One piece that was recommended within design review is a reference to what we already have in our code regarding parking waivers, and there's some set limits. So some set ability and limitations to that. So our code allows for, based off prior parking study, up to 90 waivers to be given. And then once you pass that 90 waiver threshold, it says that the city should initiate a study of parking. And so my recommendation and staff report, and that would carry forward to city council, is that the city council authorize and fund a study to take a look at the parking, because this program would essentially, even though it's temporary, we would be granting an equivalent that would push us beyond that 90, not up to the 180, but beyond that 90 number.
I just read the 2018 at your
the one.
suggestion. And there's a lot of stuff in there. And there's a lot of recommendations in there, which I don't know that where those stand, you know. I guess I'm just coming from a more fiscal conservative, like, don't we already have a study? It has a bunch of recommendations in it that we probably could just look at and say, well, do we want to do these? Because this is temporary. I mean, if it were me, and it's not up to me, but if it were, I kind of would put that money towards a more of a envisioning session around what should our downtown look like? You know, should we have a paseo? Should we put a parking deck in? Should we do, I mean, I would do that. I wouldn't retread the same parking study that we just did 4 years ago to get kind of similar results. Because when I read it, I'm like, these are all common sense things. And I don't know that they're going to pull out any magic doing it again. It's the same thing, you know, figure out how to get people to these private parking lots, figure out how to get people on the shuttle. Maybe relook at some of the red curve. At the end of the day, there's only so many finite things we can do. So I don't know are you asking us to recommend an additional parking study? So that's, I guess, the question.
Yeah, so that recommendation was an outflow from discussions that were had at design review to reference our existing code through this program. It's certainly the prerogative of the commission. If you think that effort,
Do you really think we need another one? Is that what you feel like we need?
That's there because of the code reference. So we
Okay.
would pass the 90. So I think there's a logical point to take a look at parking. If the commission thinks that there's a more optimal way to take a look at parking than recounting, then absolutely, I think that's a logical.
Mr. Chairman, I might be out of bounds here, but my feeling would be, if I were to zoom out and say, what are we doing here? I think what we're doing is a proof of concept as to whether or not outdoor dining really becomes an attractive feature for our businesses in our city to enjoy, you know, yes, temporarily because we have the COVID exemption for the state, but maybe we should be looking at, if it's successful, we can make it work. Should this become something part of our city more permanent? And to me, that would be the study we would do. What if we wanted to make this permanent? What are some of the other, what are some of the,
Absolutely.
what are the
This was
consequences?
just to identify the impact.
Yes.
Of what we're doing today.
That's right.
has On.
Right. And then study the impact and say, if we want to make this permanent, what would be the things we do a study to determine what would one need to do to make that
That's what we need
happen?
to get into long-term planning.
Yeah, more long-term. And we can even, you know, I don't want to go crazy, but to me, it is an opportunity to kind of reimagine that part of that downtown area.
At one time, we're only in presentation right here. We talked about a design-based code for downtown, where you could designate certain areas that, okay, this is what this area of the street is going to be like.
Yeah.
And it's basically called a form-based code.
Okay.
And with the council at that time, it didn't go anywhere. So
yeah,
maybe it can be resurrected.
Yeah, I guess I would just if you're okay with this, Jonathan, I would probably say, and if the commission is okay with it, probably just wordsmith it from the DPSA into some kind of a impact study of the success of the program and its continuation, you know, beyond the COVID exemption period, something like that, so that we could have data to look at how would we continue this. Does that make sense?
If anybody participates.
Yeah, well, it's more so that it's going to involve a huge city cost, because sidewalks and parking spaces are going to have to be changed.
Yeah.
And so it really takes the city council.
That's right.
To even authorize studying anything like that.
That's right.
So,
I mean, rather than just making it about parking, making it about how would we continue the program after the exemption you know,
Well, I see it,
expires.
this program of having to cross the sidewalk and all and out to a temporary deck and all is not the way to do it. So I don't think it's a continuation of that.
Okay,
Reconfiguring the street altogether.
right. And yes, right. I guess that's the question. Should we look at that? If this proof of concept proves that people do want that kind of pedestrian experience, should we study looking at that in a better, more strategic way?
And I think that's separate from this effort, which the city council has a temporary.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that, Jonathan?
Yeah, just a couple quick thoughts on that front. So, we've recognized the challenge with parking, and there's been discussions about, parking structures come up regularly in community dialogue as, an opportunity. I actually applied for a grant to look at doing a parking management plan. So it's a little bit more, not just counting, but getting into what are some mobility alternatives, getting a little bit more in depth with that. Unfortunately, we were not awarded that grant. I think that could be something that's a little closer to what you're considering, not just recounting, but getting into, what are some vision opportunities of a different way to handle that. That could be one option as opposed to just doing another study or count, looking at a parking management plan. And then that could be a stepping stone for the commission and council to consider that topic more broadly of that transition.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes, I do. Can you, thank you. Can you review the Pier Bowl, how different it is from Del Mar?
Sure. So right now it's a pretty minor change that was incorporated and it was just incorporated into the guidelines document. And there is specific language that with the angle-in parking, businesses can have up to 3 angle-in spaces. Parallel parking, it's the equivalent of 2. So 40 feet is the dimension. And that's what's reflected in the standard plans. There's a tag line at the end of the description for the parallel parking in the guidelines now that says that for the Pier Bowl area, they may be exempt from that 40-foot restriction.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any language in here, because I don't see it, or you could direct me to, that says, say a restaurant has permit for 30 seats, inside. They want to put 10 seats outside, that they have to subtract that 10 from their 30?
There's not currently language to that effect.
Because how could we allow somebody, if they've been allowed to operate their restaurant with 30 seats, now they could have 40? That goes against they don't have the permit to operate 40.
So the topic there, and this is what comes back to, where I reference the state enabling legislation, is there's a temporary window where we have the ability to be exempt from the additional parking impacts of the expanded dining areas. We can restrict that. The commission and council can make a recommendation to specify any limitation that you would like to do. We don't have to. So currently there's not a specific restriction of that sort. It's something that the commission could consider.
Yeah, I think that's kind of going away the original permit of the restaurant in the first place.
And the number of restrooms and the number of
Yeah.
employees.
So, I mean, that's all, well,
Part
personally, I
of
don't
the
think
equation.
anybody, I don't think there's going to be much data. I'd probably bet with anybody on the commission about how many restaurants take advantage of this, because it's very expensive. The standards make it. And unless somehow they can figure that, well, I could put 4 more seats out there, and that pays for the expansion, but I don't think it's really fair that they can make themselves, larger than what they were originally permitted with. In other words, increase their occupancy or the number of tables.
That's the big question.
Mr. Chairman, isn't
Well, let's get into discussion. I
Yeah.
want to get the public comment
There you go.
before we go too far here. So let's close the question. We have Jonathan here to discuss this with. And we will open public comment. And the first one is Mickey Rathman. And then Mark. And then Donatella Felizi. Third one.
Good evening, Planning Commission. I'm Mickey Rathman, a local resident and owner of Mickey's on Del Mar, a retail store on Avenida Del Mar. And I know that you've seen me before, but I wanted to come again because I didn't want you to think that my absence from this meeting changed my views or thoughts. So I just wanted to come and reiterate that while the community is very fond of outdoor dining, that as a retail store, I want to make sure that the outdoor dining decks don't block or infringe into the space of neighboring businesses, that the outdoor dining decks should be allowed only in front of the restaurant that's operating them and shouldn't, impede into other businesses' frontage. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience and sticking around.
Can I ask her a question?
Certainly, please.
Back me up on this, Jonathan, if I have it wrong. But I think there's a provision if the outdoor dining platform is going to encroach on your street space, that the restaurant is now required to put a sign up directing them to hey, your business is over with your logo, with your name, saying it's here. Is that correct? And is that satisfy what you're concerned about?
Well, I guess it's helpful. So if they're going to be put up regardless, I guess, of concern of blocking other businesses, and we do have the opportunity to have a sign, I did see that. It's a very generous size. So it would, draw some nice attention to our business. It is a good thing, but it doesn't equal the impact of having my store blocked by another business. That we're on Avenida Del Mar for a prime location for visibility downtown, and to have that blocked is a real bummer that we could have, put our store somewhere where we wouldn't be visible on Avenida Del Mar. But we didn't. We chose to be there for the visibility and the location.
One more question. So do you feel the trade-off of having more people on the sidewalk in front of your business might mitigate that? Because they're now staring directly into your business and thinking about, well, maybe we should go in there. Whereas normally they might not, they'll just drive by.
It could. I know that there were some people who sat and said, oh, your store looked lovely. We decided to come in. When I looked at my sales, February 2020 versus February 2021 versus February 2022, I had a 27% increase in sales. No outdoor dining deck. So for me, it's a very significant. Now, of course, the pandemic's over. There's a lot of things there that play into it, but many people said, oh, the downtown's going to suffer. It's going to be terrible without the decks. It hasn't been terrible for my store without the deck blocking my business.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mark McGuire.
Good evening. Mark McGuire, otherwise known as Johnny One Note on this item. And that's, don't forget the Pier Bowl, and the Pier Bowl is a little bit different from the T-zone. I mean, I know, or Del Mar, I know that most of the focus has been on the questions of Del Mar, which are a little more complicated. I want to thank Jonathan for getting this back to you guys so quickly and to get it eventually to the council so that there can be outdoor dining on Del Mar again. We've been able, again, by fighting to keep the Pier Bowl outdoor dining in place, and it's continuing to be very, very successful. We've had beautiful weekends and people have enjoyed their time out there. I think the one thing I would comment on, I appreciated the flexibility language that Jonathan added. I think the one thing that I would suggest warrants further consideration is the question of the limit of the number of outdoor seats. And while I heard and understand the concerns that led to the 16-seat limit suggestion, I would just respectfully say that there are certain cases where I think that restriction isn't necessary, and more seats could be benign and certainly beneficial from the experience that people have, certainly in the Pier Bowl. And I'll just use La Galette, my client's restaurant, as an example. We obtained approval for a remodel to allow expansion into some retail space so that he's now allowed to have 32 indoor seats and 16 outdoor seats. Forget the outdoor dining temporary program, et cetera. He's entitled to that. And we mitigated for that by contributing toward the trolley. It was voluntary at the city. But it was something that we knew the Coastal Commission was going to require, and the Coastal Commission did require that. And I don't know if some of you know, but when the last measurements of the trolley, when it was in full swing, there were 55,000 boardings at the Pier Bowl and around the same number at the outlet center. And there's lots of parking at the outlet center, train drops off at the Pier Bowl, et cetera. So there are a lot of people down there looking for places to eat and enjoy their time here in San Clemente that doesn't involve driving and parking in the Pier Bowl parking lot. But La Galette, with the 32 indoor and 16 outdoor, they've been operating with 0 indoor seats. And to limit that operation to just 16 outdoor is a real lost opportunity. It just means people will have to wait to sit down and eat. There's room to accommodate more than 16 and 16. And he's not trying to take advantage of the situation where he's maxing out the indoor and maxing out the outdoor. So I guess I would hope that there's additional discussion on flexibility for outdoor seats, certainly maybe as a shifting between indoor and outdoor. Thank you for your time.
Mark, let me ask one question. Now with the, they can open up that restaurant to be like outdoor seating.
Eventually, that's the plan, and one of the reasons
So
that they're not.
Wouldn't that replace the outdoor seating then? Basically, they can open that whole thing so it's open air.
Yeah, when eventually when they do the remodel, you're right, the one of the goals is, as you recall, is to open up, have the ability to roll it up and have it essentially feel like you're outside. And there may not be the same need. On the other hand, the activating the street the way that we've been able to do in the Pier Bowl by adding those parklets has been just it's all beneficial. It's all icing on top, in my opinion. And it's so much so that the council has a CIP plan to expand the sidewalk permanently to allow for additional outdoor dining out there, which we'll pay for, will contribute to the trolley, multimodal transportation and everything else. But the notion that somehow we want to just limit the number of seats, and not have any flexibility on that, I just think it's a lost opportunity. I would say with regard to the pier side as another example, and again, they're not my client, but if you've ever been to the pier side, some of their tables are deep inside that restaurant and really pretty far from light and air. And there are probably times on beautiful days where they would gladly trade off not having, 8 or 12 of their seats operating on the inside to have an additional 8 or 12 seats out on the outdoor parklet. So that's the type of thing that I hope people can be creative and we, address the concerns, but also activate the street in a positive way.
Thank you. Donatella?
Good evening. My name is Donatella Polizzi. My son has a deli on Del Mar, and we are residents of downtown San Clemente. So first of all, thank you for giving this time to this project. Thank you, Jonathan, who has been very helpful in doing all the research. So my first comment starts from what Mark said before. We have noticed, and maybe it all derives from the experience we have had, but once people have the option of having the outdoor patio and the possibility of eating inside, they all select the outdoor patio. And for our limited experience between April and November, we almost always had the inside empty and the patio, and all the people wanted to stay outside. So maybe talking about the flexibility of the number of people outside could be an interesting point. Number two is the fact that since we have, in order for the city to have a more consistent and certainty of build up and also have some economies of scale, would it be possible for the city to organize the building of the patios so that maybe there is one common contractor that can give us better prices? And I come to the third point, which was originally my first one, and that I want to bring to your attention, because you are dealing more with the administrative and the policy section. our small patio cost us about $10,000. To disassemble the patio cost us approximately $2,300. And we have had the chance of keeping the wood in the back of our place, and we hope it was not messed up by the rain. We don't know how much of it we're going to be able to reuse. So in deciding how long the project stays, whether it's just 6 months or more, please keep in mind there are huge costs involved which are not immediately visible. And this also applies to the number of people over which we can amortize the cost of this, to which we add the cost of the parking space that we are going to pay to the city for the trolley, which is our duty. And I am totally in favor of that. Number 3, I've noticed in the design of the parklets, there is a lot of space dedicated to plants as on one side, which is beautiful. But maybe since we would be paying, for example, for 3 parking and actually using 2 from all the space that's taken by plants, maybe we can do less plants on the side also, because by the health department code, we have to keep not only the tables, but a visible large bin for trash. So and we cannot put the trash bin next to the tables. So we need more space. And okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Okay, we will close the public comment and open it for discussion. Would you like to start out?
Sure. I don't know where your accommodation for the pier bowl is falling short with, that comment. But I think whatever we can do to accommodate, there's more space there. So I think if we could accommodate more space, I think that would be goodness. The other thing is with respect to the plants, I do think that while that adds a lot of features, the only thing I would be concerned is, and I'm not a plant expert, but when I look at those pictures, 1 or 2 jump out at me are those like plants that attract insects, bees in particular? That would not be friendly for people sitting out there. So I would just make sure that those plants are not attracting the bees at least, or wasps. The other thing is I would, I don't know. Back to my other comment about the parking, I just think that if we just broaden this a little bit from just a parking study to like what you're saying, maybe parking management or strategies to encourage continued outdoor activities, something like this, supporting strategies or something like that, something broader. So it's not just a count spots, just something a little bit more strategic. I think that would be my request if everybody here is okay with that. And then the last thing is, I understand what my colleague down the aisle there is saying about, we don't want to, it's not fair if they were giving them more seats than they had permitted. The only feeling I have about that is the pandemic was a very difficult time. These are very low margin businesses. To give them the opportunity to try and make up some of that, I feel like we should be supporting them as much as we can. And what I'm hearing as well is the interior dining is just not as popular as the outdoor. So I think it's kind of self-regulating. I don't worry about the overside of that, of too many seats and people are double dipping and all that. I think even if they had that opportunity, that luxury, I would say it makes, it great. They can maybe make up for the losses they had when everything was shut down, which I think is why these things are suspended in the first place, was to try and give them some lost makeup time on their revenues that they lost.
And that's the decision for the city council to make.
That's
as
right.
far as that to see, we're doing a land use.
Yeah.
Basing our decisions on land use. And I am concerned about unlimited seating. I'm actually comfortable with 16 seats. They knew going in the scale and of outdoor dining that the city normally allowed. Nobody's taking into account the fact we won't have enough restrooms. So we've got a health safety issue, so that particular finding is going to be very hard to make if we don't know how many seats are going to be.
Let's just make an assumption that the indoor will not be at maximum capacity.
Yeah,
That's,
but that's an assumption. We're letting them have it.
yeah, that's true.
I mean, we're allowing them to have the entire indoor. So on a rainy day, it's going to be full. Well, if they're a good restaurant,
Yeah.
they can occupy the inside. So, and they're going to be additional employees, which take another parking stall. They've got the Uber Eats that seem to take additional parking stalls. So,
Yeah.
I've hashed over, without doing without knowing who's going to do this and all, 16 seats seem like a good deal for a lot of people. I mean, that's, for some of the restaurants, that's 50% of their indoor dining. So they don't need to be full inside.
Yeah.
And they've doubled that. So plus they've all raised their prices, which
That's another topic though.
that's a whole nother story. So my personal approach to it is that 16 seats is controllable. That's what at design review, one of the biggest and most successful restaurants said that's all we need. At design review, that was.
No, I support that. I was just
So,
talking about limiting the indoor if we give them the 16 outdoor, like that's the
No,
part.
I totally understand that we're doing it and it is temporary. There is going to be a parking problem. I don't go down to the Pier Bowl on the trolley anymore because you can wait 3-4 trolleys before you ever get back on again, get out of there. So losing parking down there is not that great a deal when you sit in line and have to deal with that. But so I think Jonathan's done a good job. I think we've got a good recommendation to council. They're going to have their own thoughts on it, and I'm sure this
We're not-
won't go unchanged.
We're not requiring them to break it down in the winter though, are we? Is that part of this, is to make them break
Not
it
at this
down?
time.
That's not currently proposed.
But that's something they could consider if they chose to.
Okay, but we're not recommending that at this
You
time,
know, design review, we didn't worry about those kind of things.
the seasonality of it. Okay.
So I can support it with the 16 seats. I don't know how we handle the health department and restrooms. Other than ignore it. Let's see if it becomes a problem. You know, if any of these become where they're filling the inside and outside, their kitchens aren't designed to serve that much food.
Yeah. Could be self-regulating that way.
Well, to some degree, or
Depends on the restaurant.
Yeah.
yeah.
The more successful one can do it. The less successful, tighter margin
Yeah, it'll be tough.
is
So,
disadvantaged.
Yeah.
That's my position on it. And you want to jump in? Commissioner Prescott?
Well, I appreciate you all hanging so late. Nikki, I don't know how I solved the problem. You know, I want your business to be successful along with everyone else's. You're okay at least with a sign pointing to your business and a logo, and I mean, will that at least help? Can't hurt. Okay. I mean, I want fairness across the board. We still are under a pandemic. I have a feeling we'll have another, flare up coming up, and it would be nice to be outdoors. So I'm hoping we can keep it where it stays permanent through the winter so that that's an option. I think people feel comfortable because of the pandemic eating outdoors. I would like the businesses to regulate themselves and have some flexibility, but I understand you made some good points. Those who can accommodate more seating should be able to. Those who, don't have the kitchen size or the capacity, I think they should regulate their business. They're in business. They know how to do this. But at the end of the day, I think we're giving at least a template, a format, so that we can get back to doing the outdoor dining again. My question is what is the time frame? Spring outdoors coming up, temperatures are feeling good. When can we get this? If the city council approves, what would be the soonest possible that they can start building?
Sure. So I'm going to look to the city attorney for the second part of this response. So the city council will be having their hearing on this item at the March 15th meeting. But because this is an ordinance, I believe that we'll be required to have a second reading before we can implement. So the following meeting for them would be April 5th. And if you could fill in any details for us.
And then once the second reading occurs, the ordinance becomes effective 30 days thereafter. So it'd be 30 days after second reading,
So we're talking May.
May.
Yeah.
Okay, at least it's just before summer. And then is there a permit process? Do they have to pull a permit? What is the process there?
So they'll have an administrative permit. And again, the thinking for that is that there won't be a lot of one-off review in these cases because especially for Del Mar, they'll be looking at the template options that are provided to them. So that permit would be provided administratively. There's not a building permit required. I've talked to the building division, even on private property, there wouldn't be a building permit for a deck that is at this height over grade. So the only other piece of documentation besides that administrative permit would be an encroachment removal agreement. So I'll work with Public Works on that final formatting of what that'll look like. But that's just to make sure that there's very clear path of should the city need to remove something in an emergency case, and probably also very clear steps for at the end of this temporary program, the expectations of removal at that point.
Okay, thank you. Understanding there has been no playbook until now, how to do this. So we're learning as we go.
That's right.
McCacken, no. I think, yeah, she's looking at it. At least you're
got a new nickname.
consistent. Yeah, it should be
It's
McCann and McCacken.
It's the haircut.
I don't know. Since it's temporary, I mean, I don't really have, it expires, it has a sunset. So, but that was just my concern that, you know, expanding beyond what you're permitted.
McCann.
I think the whole thing's great. I personally feel like more than 16, if there's more space out there, that it would be fine. I can't think if I've ever had to wait to use the restroom anywhere, possibly at In-N-Out Burger. But I don't think, you know, I don't think overuse of, I mean, because it's normally it's one per,
The ladies do.
Yeah.
Are they gonna go there?
well, now they're all unisex, so they have better access to both. So I feel like more is fine and acceptable. Depends on the space allowed, you know, whatever the space allows for. We're extending the parallel parking. Why bother if you can only get 16 seats out there? I believe it's self-regulating. If people have to park too far away, they'll say screw it. Just like you don't want to go to the Pier Bowl on the trolley because you know you're going to have a problem. To me, if I have to walk an extra half a block to go have dinner and I want to be outside, great. I heard what Donatella said about people preferring to be outdoor rather than indoor. So maybe, you know, as I could see saying, okay, above 16, let's say they want to have 24, then you need to shut down 8 inside. So they're adding no more than 16, but they're shifting them from indoor to outdoor, just like Mark said with the people with the pier side. I don't know how we're going to enforce this anyway.
That's what I'm saying, just let the council. This is good enough with the council
Yeah.
side.
So my feeling is more than 16 is okay, but either way, I'm going to vote to support the.
I don't know that anybody's gonna be counting seats necessarily as they walk down.
Yeah.
There might be 17 seats. I don't know.
Right. Does the baby count in the high chair?
That's a
Half
half.
seat.
That's a half.
And just to be fair, that's all from McCacken. Okay, Commissioner Cosgrove, any other comments?
No, sir.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll move staff recommendations and the Planning Commission Resolution 22-003 recommending city council approval of zoning amendment 22027. Is that an appropriate motion, Adam?
May I make a friendly suggestion to that? To incorporate the 3 recommended public works modifications, and I'll build those in.
Would you? Yes, I'll accept that as part of my motion.
And your motion is at the 16, cap at 16.
As the staff recommendations, yes. I mean, we could,
And with Jonathan's
additional,
uh,
and you know, if this council, I think, gets into conversation about that 16, I trust Jonathan to represent your view and just in general, the conversations that the council knows that there's no magic on that. It's just, that's the number.
Well, I do want to make sure that this is restaurants only, correct?
So
Or can a bar go ahead and take
yeah, so
all their seating outside because they don't serve food?
Yeah, good question. Thank you for that question.
Yeah.
The framing of this does reference food and beverage businesses, so it is not specific to restaurants. Like a bar would have the opportunity to participate in the same way as written.
Did any bars go out on the first go around?
We had a couple. Artifacts had some seats on the sidewalks. They didn't have a patio. And then we had a couple participants that were more on South El Camino Real on private property. So that Artifacts was the only use that was using public property.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second, motion by Commissioner Cosgrove, second by Commissioner McCann. Commissioner Prescott,
Aye.
Commissioner McCacken.
Aye.
Aye.
McCann, Commissioner Cosgrove, and Commissioner Crandall is an aye also. So move that along to city council and hope this works out wonderfully.
Thank you for your work, Jonathan.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. Thank you.
So the next item is new business. Adam, do we have any new business?
We do not, sir.
Any old business?
None of that either.
Any reports of commissioners and staff? None. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Before that is done, I just want to bring everybody's attention to the start time is 5 p.m. And that is due to a couple of study session items that we anticipate taking about 2 hours at the next meeting.
What is the date of our next meeting?
March
I'll go
16th.
ahead and make the motion then. The motion that we adjourn to the next regular meeting of the planning commission will be held on Wednesday, March 16th, 2022 at 5 p.m. at the San Clemente Community Center Auditorium, 100 Calle Seville, San Clemente, California. We have a
Second.
Second by.
McCacken either way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
McCacken.
Exactly.
Cosgrove either way.
That's right.
I have 14.
Second by,
Like it.
Cosgrove. Commissioner Prescott,
Aye.
Commissioner McCacken. Aye. Commissioner McCann.
Aye.
Aye.
And Commissioner Crandall is also an aye.